Chapter 27. In the vast universe, many scientists speculated that Earth might be the only source of life. In the past few decades, humans had carried out countless speculations and launched many space probes in search of extraterrestrial life. However, the deep starry sky and the unfathomable universe were like a desolate graveyard. It was a place of eternal coldness and darkness. No signs of life could be detected. The universe was just too vast. There was no end to it. With the current level of technology, even if the space probes launched by humans could break free from the gravitational pull of the galaxy and travel for millions, or even tens of millions of years, it would still be difficult for them to reach the other side of the starry sky. Perhaps, the history of the exploration of the starry sky could be rewritten today. Some humans had come to the other side of the starry sky, crossing dozens or hundreds of light years and experiencing the extreme journey of human beings. However, none of this could be known by the humans on Earth. No one would believe it, and no one would cheer or celebrate. The 9 huge dragon corpses pulled the bronze coffin to the other side of the starry sky, crossing into the star field where the Big Dipper was located. It was also at this time that Yi Fan woke up. His palm left the green bronze coffin. Hundreds of ancient characters were engraved in his heart. They were difficult to understand and profound, as if they could never be erased. Only at this time did the mysterious divine sound disappear completely. The great Tao was simple. Words were precious like gold. Everything came to an end. It was as if the prosperity had fallen, and everything returned to its original state. Yi Fan was lost in thought. He muttered to himself, "The way of the heavens takes away the surpluses and makes up for the deficiencies." "Yi Fan, are you all right?" Pang Bo asked with concern. "I'm fine." During this process, the bronze coffin was shaking violently. Everyone felt dizzy. They knew that the 9 dragons pulling the coffin were about to reach the end. At this moment, the desolate bronze carvings on the coffin wall burst out with a divine radiance, forming a hazy light screen. It offset the unimaginable impact, and the coffin finally stabilized. With a final boom, the lid of the bronze coffin deviated from its position and slid to the side. The coffin fell to the ground. Light! I can see the light! It's the familiar world of light. Many people in the bronze coffins couldn't help but scream. The dim and blood-red desolation of the ancient Mars was no longer in front of them. Fresh air blew into his face, and it even carried the smell of the earth and the fragrance of flowers and grass. The smell of nature filled the surroundings, and outside was a bright world full of vitality. Everyone stood up and quickly rushed out of the coffin. What they saw was a magnificent and beautiful scene. At this moment, they were standing on top of a mountain that was neither too tall nor too short, and they could overlook the scenery in front of them. In the distance, there was an undulating chain of beautiful mountain peaks and verdant trees. Near the top of the mountain were grotesquely shaped rocks and vigorous ancient trees. There were also old vines as thick as water buckets coiling around like dragons. There were also green grass and fragrant wildflowers, full of vitality and vitality. Compared to the darkness and silence of Mars, this place was undoubtedly a peaceful paradise. "This is great. We've finally escaped from the darkness and desolation, and come to such a beautiful divine land. Finally, I don't have to be scared anymore." Many people were cheering, and some were even crying tears of joy. After experiencing a series of deaths and tribulations, they had finally come to a lively and natural world. Kissing the sun and telling myself to live well. Even the astute and enchanting Lin Jia was moved to this extent. Pang Bo stood on the mountain peak and shouted into the distance, "I finally see the sun again. Although it's not the same as before, I still want to loudly say that I've obtained a new life." Clang! Suddenly, the bronze coffin behind them let out a metallic sound, and everyone's nerves were immediately affected. They all turned to look. More than half of the 9 huge dragon corpses were hanging at the bottom of the cliff, and the bronze coffin was not far from the cliff. At this moment, the 9 dragon corpses were like a great wall of steel, slowly sliding down the cliff, and the bronze coffin was also slowly sliding forward. Rumble! The 9 huge dragon corpses and the ancient bronze coffin made rumbling sounds as they slid down the mountain peak, and finally increased their speed as they fell down the cliff. Everyone was so shocked that they broke out in a cold sweat. One side of the mountain peak was actually a cliff. If they didn't quickly rush out when the coffin lid opened, the consequences would be unimaginable. After the 9 huge dragon corpses and the ancient bronze coffin fell down the cliff, there was no sound of falling for a long time. This caused everyone to look at each other in dismay, and they were extremely shocked. At this moment, without the huge bronze coffin blocking their line of sight, they could clearly see the scene on this side of the cliff. Could it be that we're standing on the mouth of a super huge volcano? Many people revealed shocked expressions. This was because the so-called cliff was actually a bottomless pit. It's not the mouth of a volcano. It's impossible for there to be such a thick volcano. If one looked carefully, they would notice that there were a total of 9 huge mountains that were connected to each other, forming an incomparably huge and deep valley. According to common sense, this should be an open valley that one could see to the end with a single glance, because the 9 mountains weren't towering into the clouds. However, when one looked down, it was pitch black, and there was no end at all. It was as if they had directly passed through the Yellow Springs Road of Hell, and it was unfathomable. The abyss formed by the 9 mountains seemed to be endless. After the 9 huge dragon corpses and the ancient bronze coffin fell down, no echo was heard, as if they would never reach the end. Just how deep is it? It's really hard to imagine. What is this place? How can there be such a huge abyss? Everyone was bewildered, and they faintly felt that this world wasn't as peaceful and tranquil as it seemed on the surface. After Yi Fan finished observing the scenery around him, he said, "Have you guys noticed? There's no 5-colored altar here. It's like we fell directly from the sky, and we didn't appear from the starry gate." Hearing him say this, everyone was shocked, and only now did they notice that there really was no 5-colored altar. But the vast mountain peak didn't collapse because of the bronze coffin, and there wasn't even a huge pit. There were only a few large cracks. If they really fell from the sky and smashed here, the impact would be unimaginable, but the mountain didn't have any traces of being heavily damaged. Something was unusual. If there's no 5-colored altar, why did we appear here? Could it be that the legendary universe broke down, and we're stranded here? This joke wasn't pleasant at all, and no one revealed a smile. They all looked around, and then they started to ponder. There's half a stone tablet over there. At this time, Zhang Xiling suddenly shouted. There was a pile of rocks on the mountain peak, and there were also a few vigorous ancient trees, accompanied by a few old vines as thick as a water bucket. Between the vines, there was a broken stone tablet lying there, and the traces of artificial polishing were very obvious. Everyone quickly walked over, pulled away the withered vines, and brushed away the withered leaves on the broken tablet. Immediately, they felt an overflowing ancient aura. There were 3 ancient characters carved on it, and the strokes were strong and condensed. They were bold and vigorous like dragons, and they flowed with the aura of time. It was unknown how many years they had existed for. What's written? Many people didn't recognize it. Yi Fan tried to identify it for a long time, but he was still a bit uncertain. He said, "It seems to be the 3 words Forbidden Ancient Desolate." Forbidden Ancient Desolate? What does it mean? It's completely incoherent. No one could figure out the meaning. This is a broken stone tablet, and there should be words below it. However, after the tablet was broken, there's no way to restore it. Pangbo pulled away the vines and pulled out the weeds. He found a lot of crushed stones there, as if they had been smashed by lightning. The 3 ancient characters should be the name of this abyss or the mountain. Zhou Yi revealed a thoughtful expression, and said, "But there aren't many words and phrases that are connected to forbidden. The most likely one is the word earth, that follows after it. Wouldn't it be Forbidden Ancient Desolate, if it's connected like this?" A student linked the 4 words together, and his expression changed instantly after reading it. The others also frowned. It was hard for people to associate this name with a good thing, and many people were faintly worried. The area around this abyss is most likely not a pure land or a holy land. Someone said. Not only was it not a pure land or a holy land, if it was really like what was written on the tablet, it was probably not a good place. Did you guys notice? There doesn't seem to be any birds or beasts nearby. It's too quiet. Wang Ziwen was more attentive, and he felt that something was wrong. Indeed, Everyone nodded in unison. There were flowers, grass, vines, and trees here. On the surface, it looked full of vitality, but upon closer inspection, it was very strange. There were actually no animals in the surroundings. In such a huge mountain, there were no birds or beasts, and no traces of ants or insects. It was so quiet that it was almost deathly still. There were no cicadas on the ancient trees, no grasshoppers on the grass, and no birds flying in the sky. There was only silence. Pangbo was very optimistic, and said, "No matter what, there is lush vegetation here. This kind of environment is enough for us to survive. Besides, there is a tablet here, so there must be humans on this planet. I don't believe that such a beautiful world would be a desolate land of death." "Who said there are no animals? Who said there are no birds in the sky? Look." At this moment, Yi Fan had a new discovery, and he pointed to the distant horizon. In the distant sky, there seemed to be a male eagle circling. It was very special, because its whole body was actually golden. Even though it was very far away, the magnificence could still be felt. It was as if it was cast in gold, and its whole body was shining with golden light. At this moment, the golden eagle flew toward this area for some distance, and it became clearer and clearer. Then it suddenly swooped toward a mountainous area. After a while, it soared into the sky again, and there was an extra prey in its claws. It flew toward a distant cliff. I'm not seeing things, am I?" After seeing this scene, the usually carefree Pangbo stuttered on the spot. The others were also almost petrified, and they were like clay sculptures in a daze. They simply couldn't believe their eyes. "Why do I feel that under the claws of that golden eagle, it seems to be grabbing a giant elephant?" Li Zhongqing also stuttered, and he felt his mouth was dry. "It's not just seems, it's actually it." Wang Ziwen continued his words and said, "It can grab a giant elephant, it's really inconceivable. One can imagine how huge that golden eagle is." At this point he couldn't help but be speechless. It was very obvious that everyone's judgment just now was wrong. Because the distance was too far, they misjudged its size. That should be a super huge strange bird of prey. Yi Fan gazed at the distant sky, and said, "There can't be such a huge eagle. Its whole body is golden, and it is shining with a golden radiance. Its body is incomparably huge, and it is extremely similar to the legendary golden-winged prone." Hearing these words, everyone present was petrified again. Chapter 28. The legendary rocks were mentioned in many ancient texts, such as the Middle Desolation chapter of the Supernatural Scripture, and the commentary on the Water Scripture. The most famous of these was Zhuangzhou's free and unfettered travel. There is a fish in the Northern Ocean called the kuan. The size of the kuan is thousands of miles long. When it transforms into a bird, it is called the peng. The back of the peng is thousands of miles long. When it flies in anger, its wings are like the clouds in the sky. Zhuangzi used his unbridled and majestic style to depict the image of a divine bird that could soar 90,000 miles into the sky. Reading it made one gasp in amazement. It was obvious that this did not conform to common sense. No matter how big the divine bird was, it was impossible for it to have such a body. This was an extremely exaggerated description by the ancient people. However, what was puzzling was that there were also records of the peng in many other ancient texts. There were even many ancient texts that stated that the peng did exist, but it was not thousands of miles long like in the legends. People couldn't help but make all sorts of associations. Was there really a divine bird called peng in the distant ancient world? Zhou Yi and the others watched as the golden shadow that seemed to be cast from gold disappeared behind a cliff. They all looked shocked. The legendary divine bird. Many people exclaimed in admiration after they were petrified. This was a kind of shock that came from the bottom of their hearts. He easily tore apart a giant elephant and rushed up. What he grabbed seemed to be nothing more than a pika. His body was so big that it made people dumbfounded, and his enormous strength left them dumbstruck. Kaida said seriously, stammering, "That giant bird is a falcon-like bird of prey. This is a new species, a great discovery." "Go away." Pangbo was a little speechless at this stubborn foreigner. At this time he was still looking at things from a scientific point of view. He did not even think about how he came to be here. "Pangbo, have a better attitude. Li Xiaoman showed a displeased expression. Her long eyelashes trembled as she glanced at him with her beautiful eyes. I'm not talking about you. Pang Bo muttered softly. What kind of world have we come to? After calming down, everyone could not help but think about this question. Traveling through the lonely universe, arriving at the star field where the Big Dipper was located, and entering such a mysterious world. Could it be that they had really arrived at the home of the gods? How would they survive? This was the question everyone was considering. The road ahead was unknown, so everything needed to be carefully considered. Many of them gripped tightly onto the treasures left behind by the gods in their hands. However, all of the Buddhist weapons had already lost their luster. In fact, some of them had even cracked. They could be considered to have been completely destroyed. The last bit of divine power in the relic was absorbed by the ancient bronze coffin. At this moment, there was no more divine light flowing around it. Holding it in one's hand was no different from holding a piece of scrap copper. However, no one threw it away. They held on to the hope that the divine remnant could once again accumulate divine splendor for future use. If it could be restored, then it would become their greatest reliance in the future. Gulp. Someone's stomach rumbled. Many people felt very awkward. Humans had to eat, drink, and go to the toilet. Many people moved their feet, looking for a hidden place to relieve themselves. You'd rather die than live. Pang Bo curled his lips in disdain and said, I have the foresight to leave my great traces in the ruins of the heavenly palace on Mars. I think that even after a few hundred years, it will still be one of the greatest testimonies of mankind's exploration of the universe. Yi Fan spat out the water that he had just drunk. He almost threw away the mineral water bottle in his hand. Brother, can you not say such things when I'm drinking water? You'll kill me. The people around them could not stand the two of them. They used this as an excuse to move further away. All of them were extremely embarrassed to solve their own problems. Pang Bo laughed out loud when he saw everyone's expressions. Then he deliberately coughed a few times in a certain direction, as if he was going to walk over. Immediately, the people behind the big tree shivered, and they couldn't even solve their own problems smoothly. Pang Bo laughed twice. He then squatted down, picked up 2 stones and threw them out. Suddenly, Li Chongqing's angry voice came from behind the vines in the distance. Who is it? Who is so immoral? At the same time, it was accompanied by Lu Yunji's angry snort. Seeing that this guy picked up another stone, and was about to throw it in the direction where Li Xiaoman had gone, Yi Fan hurriedly stopped him with a smile. Seeing that everyone had walked out one after another, Pang Bo immediately put on a serious look. He then pulled Yi Fan, and began to wander around the top of the mountain. He wanted to see if there were any wild fruits to eat. Although Yi Fan had collected a large bag of the divine crocodile's carcass on the 5-colored altar on Mars, the two of them did not want to eat it while holding back their nausea. There's a spring over there. Pang Bo suddenly discovered something. Just a few dozen meters in front of them, a few old vines as thick as a water bucket surrounded an empty space. There was a 1-meter square spring there, gurgling like a sweet divine spring. Next to the spring grew more than 10 small trees that were about half a meter tall. The leaves were wide and green, and they looked like human palms. It was as if there were a few people with many arms standing there. At the top of each small tree hung a bright red fruit. It looked like a cherry, but it was as big as a chicken's egg. Yi Fan and Pang Bo passed through the vines and quickly walked over. They could smell the rich fruit fragrance from afar. Suddenly, the two of them almost drooled. After all, they had not eaten for a day and a night. Their stomachs were already very hungry. If they could not find anything to eat, the two of them were prepared to bite the divine crocodile's meat. It smells so good. I have never seen such a fragrant fruit. As they got closer, the fruit fragrance became even more fragrant. Even the fragrance of a 1,000-year-old wine cellar would be overshadowed by the fragrance. The fruit fragrance is overwhelming. Will it be poisonous? The two of them were a little uncertain. The more beautiful and tempting a fruit was, the more poisonous it was. I don't care. With such a fragrant fruit fragrance, I am willing to try it even if it is poisonous. I don't want to eat those disgusting reptiles that used to crawl in people's brains. Why don't you try it first? You have a strong physique. If it is poisonous, You will definitely be able to withstand it. I think your skin is thick and you are immune to poison. You are the most suitable for testing poison. The two of them were very cheerful. Even though they had come to a strange world, they did not frown. Instead, they faced it with an optimistic attitude. Yi Fan plucked a bright red fruit and held it in his hand. It looked very tempting. It was crystal clear and looked like it was carved out of red jade. At this time, Pang Bo also plucked a bright red fruit and said, I can't. This fruit fragrance is too tempting. I can't help it. Let me try it first. Let me try it first. The two of them took a bite almost at the same time. The moment the sparkling red skin of the fruit broke open, they immediately felt a fragrant aroma rush into their internal organs and spread around their bodies. Delicious. Pang Bo wanted to swallow his fingers. The juice flowed, bright red, and the aroma lingered. The place was overflowing with fragrance. I have never eaten such delicious fruit. Could it be that I am too hungry? After the two of them ate the first fruit, they waited for a while. They only felt that their bodies were a lot more energetic. They did not feel any other discomfort. There is no poison. Then what are we waiting for? Let's continue. The two of them sat beside the 1-meter square spring and began to wolf down the fruit. The juice splashed everywhere. When they were hungry to a certain extent, they wanted to swallow their own tongues, let alone such a delicious fruit. However, each of them only ate 4 before stopping. Yi Fan said, bring a few for Yi and Zhang Xiling. It's only right. They must also be starving. These small trees that were more than half a meter tall were verdant and extremely extraordinary, but each tree only had 1 fruit at the top. There were a total of 13 jade-like small trees growing around the spring, and at this moment, there were only 5 bright red and sparkling fruits left. Pang Bo took a deep breath and bent down to smell the gurgling spring. He said, strange, this spring water seems to have some fragrance. Yi Fan scooped up some spring water and smelled a bit of fragrance. Although it was very faint, it was definitely there. He said, for these small trees to be able to bear such strange fruits, it is most likely related to this spring. Pang Bo drank a few mouthfuls of spring water and said, there is a faint sweet fragrance. Unfortunately, the taste is a little special. I don't feel anything after drinking it. He poured out all the water in the mineral water bottles and began to fill them with this faint fragrant spring water. The two of them rested here for a while. After eating the fruit, they drank some spring water and then picked the remaining 5 fruits. As they walked back, Pang Bo said in a low voice, do you feel that after eating the fruit, my fatigue seems to be swept away? I feel full of energy now. Yi Fan was also puzzled. He immediately nodded and said, this red fruit seems to be really unusual. At this time, everyone had solved their own problems. Some people were looking into the distance and examining the terrain. Some people gathered together to discuss where to go. When Yi Fan and Pang Bo walked over, there was a burst of fragrant fruit fragrance. It immediately attracted everyone's attention. Many people involuntarily swallowed their saliva. Many people had long since felt hungry. Eat for you. Eat quickly. Pang Bo stuffed 2 bright red fruits into Lu Yi's hands. They shone brightly under the sunlight. Li Changqing was standing not far away. Smelling this tempting fruit fragrance, he couldn't help but say, Pang Bo, where did you guys find these fruits? Quickly share them with everyone. We are all starving. As he spoke, he walked forward, not treating himself as an outsider at all. He seemed to have forgotten that he had maliciously targeted Yi Fan not long ago and almost killed him. He reached out to grab the other 3 fruits in Pang Bo's hands. Chapter 29. You really don't know how long your face is, don't you? I've never seen someone as shameless as you. Pang Bo pushed his palm away, glanced at him, and put away the 3 fragrant fruits. How can you speak like that? Li Zhangqing felt a little embarrassed and said with a sunken face, we are classmates. We came to a strange world together, so we should help each other. Now everyone is very hungry, so if we find something to eat, we should share it with everyone. Don't tell me you want to eat alone. Pa, you still have the nerve to say such things? Pang Bo sneered. Who was the one who secretly ate chocolate in the bronze coffin? Why didn't you think of the word, everyone at that time? Now you're acting like you're all righteous. Don't disgust me. Seeing you makes me feel more disgusted than seeing a reptile like the divine crocodile. Go to the side. I can't be bothered with you. Li Zhongqing's face immediately turned pale. He couldn't admit it at all. He argued a few words, but it seemed weak and powerless. Although Pang Bo's words were very blunt and fierce, it didn't mean that his thoughts weren't meticulous enough. He naturally knew Li Zhongqing's intentions. It would be better if he could get a share, but if he couldn't, it would isolate Pang Bo and Yi Fan. After all, there were many people here. If he didn't give some to these people, they would definitely have some opinions. I'm sorry, everyone. There are too many monks and not enough meat. I only picked 5 fruits in total. It really isn't enough. Yi's body is too thin. I think everyone has no objections to giving her 2, right? Pang Bo didn't look at the crowd and divided the fruits by himself. He said, Zhang Xiling, I'll give you 1. As he said this, he threw it over and said, these 5 fruits were picked by me and Yi Fan. No matter what, we should reward ourselves. Pang Bo stuffed the 4th fruit directly into Yi Fan's mouth. As for the 5th shiny fruit, he bit off most of its flesh. 5 fruits were divided just like that. Lu Yi was a little ill at ease and said, I can only eat half of it. Let's share it with everyone. She wanted to return the red agate-like fruit, but Yi Fan pushed it back and said, don't worry. The vegetation here is dense. We can definitely find a lot of wild fruits. Pang Bo also glared at her and urged her to eat quickly, not letting her refuse. He knew that this fruit was not ordinary. After eating it, one would feel full of energy and fatigue. There must be other benefits that he did not know. But Lu Yi was a little embarrassed and looked around. Yi, you're too kind. This won't do. Pang Bo said in a low voice. Many of them have chocolate in their arms, but no one took it out for everyone to eat. Seeing that Yi Fan also nodded at her, Lu Yi no longer refused. I still have some chocolates here. Let's share them. At that moment, Lu Yunji suddenly stepped forward and handed out a few bags of chocolates for everyone to share. F***CK. Pang Bo was furious at that moment. This was a naked slap in the face. He hated it so much that the roots of his teeth were itching. But he could only endure this invisible slap in the face. Even if he jumped out, there was nothing to say. As expected of Yunji, Li Chongqing peeled off a piece of chocolate and stuffed it into his mouth. At the same time, he did not forget to look at Pang Bo and Yi Fan. Only when we go through trials and tribulations together can we see a person's heart. The female student who had been following Lu Yunji also said this. This made Pang Bo's face even more embarrassed. He scolded in a low voice. Why didn't he take it out earlier? Now that the mountain is full of plants, we can definitely find wild fruits. Chocolate is not of much use anymore. Only now did he take it out as a gesture. F***CK him. A long journey tests a horse's stamina, and time reveals a person's heart. In the future, when we go to the outside world, Yunji will follow you. Li Chongqing deliberately made such an expression, then sighed and said, hi. He did not forget to glance at Pang Bo and Yi Fan a few times. Pang Bo was so angry that he wanted to drag Lu Yunji over and give him a good beating. However, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he could only endure it. Everyone looked at the shape and terrain of the mountain in the distance and determined a direction. They believed that if they followed this direction, they would be able to leave this mountainous area in the shortest time possible and reach a place with human habitation. Without wasting too much time, everyone went down the mountain and entered the mountain forest. They advanced cautiously, each holding a wooden stick in their hand to guard against attacks from wild beasts. After all, the god's relic was almost useless. However, after walking for half a day, they did not even see a mouse or a bird, let alone a large ferocious beast. It really is a forbidden area. Even birds don't poop here. Li Chongqing muttered to himself. Pang Bo ridiculed. You should be glad. If you encountered a large ferocious beast, you would definitely pray to escape to a place where there is not even a feather. The mountainous area was lush and verdant, and everyone picked a lot of wild fruits, temporarily alleviating the problem of food. However, even when the sky turned dark, they still did not walk out of the mountain forest. The endless mountainous area seemed to have no end, and there would be another mountain after climbing over one mountain. Could it be that we are going in the wrong direction? Could it be that we are heading into the depths of the mountain forest? Someone was suspicious, but in the end, everyone still decided to continue forward. The sky had already turned dark, and everyone had no choice but to stop in the mountain forest. They decided to continue the next day. This was an uneasy night. At midnight, everyone heard a hair-raising roar. The sound was mournful and loud, and it was accompanied by the clanking sound of iron chains, causing everyone to feel a chill from head to toe. In this gloomy mountain forest, it was truly frightening. It was like a ferocious ghost struggling with shackles, and that kind of sound made people's hearts palpitate. It seems like the sound is coming from the abyss of the forbidden ancient land. Many people were trembling with fear as they looked in the direction of the huge abyss formed by the 9 mountains in the distance. Late at night, the shadows of the trees danced, and the ancient forest swayed in the wind like the shadows of ghosts. The roar became even louder, and it caused the entire mountain to tremble slightly. The trees in the vicinity also shook unceasingly, and many leaves rustled and fell. An eerie chill spread out from the abyss of the ancient desolate forbidden grounds, causing everyone to be overwhelmed with shock. One must know that they were already very far away from that place, yet they could still feel this terrifying aura. It was truly terrifying. Clang, clang. The loud trembling sound traveled especially far in the dark night, as if there was a huge monster hammering on metal, causing the mountain forest to shake along with it. Everyone's expression changed at the same time, and they couldn't help but think of the same thing. The 9 huge dragon corpses and the ancient bronze coffin fell into the abyss. Could it be? This kind of dull and powerful impact was like the sound of someone hammering on the bronze coffin. It made everyone feel a ghastly chill, and all the hair on their bodies stood up. What is that thing? Many people were shocked to the extreme, and at the same time, they were terrified to the extreme. The bronze coffin was mysterious and unfathomable, and even now, no one understood it. What exactly was it that was hammering it? One had to know that the huge coffin had easily absorbed all the divine power from the relics of the gods in everyone's hands. The forbidden ancient land, does it mean that it has existed since the primordial era? The primordial era. That was such a long time ago. Since then no one has ever set foot here? Clang clang. The loud sound was deafening, and the sound of the violent hammering and the trembling sound of the bronze coffin resounded throughout the heaven and earth. The earth trembled, and the surrounding trees shook continuously. Leaves fell and swirled in the air. The roar was filled with anger, and it became more and more mournful and terrifying. It was hard to imagine what exactly was in the abyss. We should be thankful. If the 9 dragon corpses and the bronze coffin didn't fall into the abyss and attract that thing's attention, I'm afraid it would rush out at night. If that happened, it would be difficult for us to survive. This could very well be the truth. After all, this place was called the Forbidden Ancient Land, and even birds and beasts didn't dare to come here. One could imagine how terrifying this place was. It must be a dangerous place, and there must be something terrifying here. Something that has existed since the primordial era. It's really unimaginable. It seems like it can't do anything to that mysterious bronze coffin for now. Fortunately, it's like this. This was a sleepless night, and many people couldn't sleep anymore. Boom. Suddenly there was a violent explosion. In the distant mountains, a violent earthquake suddenly occurred in the abyss. Endless black fog gushed out and completely covered the sky. All the stars and moon disappeared, and it was especially depressing. Rumble. All of a sudden, all the black fog was sucked back into the abyss, and the stars in the sky suddenly flashed. However, everyone saw an extremely shocking scene. There was a blurry shadow, and it was impossible to tell whether it was a human or a beast. It was waving a thick chain that was hundreds of meters long, and it was roaring at the sky. Its ferocious might was enough to frighten the world. It could be seen from so far away, and one could imagine how thick those chains were. The roar was deafening, and the people in the forest almost fainted. The rolling sound waves made their eardrums hurt. That thing was bound by huge chains and had shackles on it, but it was still dancing in the sky. Its ferocious might was unparalleled, and it seemed to be gathering its strength. After letting out a mournful roar, it dove back into the abyss. Clang, clang. The sound of the bronze coffin being smashed rang out again. Do you guys think it wants to open the coffin within the coffin? That should be the case. After all, the coffin is already open, and there is no need for it to smash it. Everyone was shocked and scared. Only after midnight did the abyss calm down. No more sounds came out, and everyone fell asleep. The next day, the sun had already risen high in the sky, and everyone woke up one after another. They washed up next to a stream, picked some wild fruits to eat, and continued their journey. After walking for 2 to 3 hours, they didn't stop to rest. They were in a hurry to leave this place. This ancient forbidden ground was too unsettling, and they had to leave this area before nightfall. At noon, the scorching sun hung high in the sky. Fortunately, there were trees to provide shade. When they climbed up a tall mountain, someone heard the roar of a beast in the distance. Soon, we should be able to leave this forbidden ground before nightfall. Don't you guys see some buildings on top of that mountain in the distance? Wang Ziwen suddenly pointed ahead. That was an extremely tall mountain, and it was still quite far away from here. There were several mountain peaks between them, but those small mountains couldn't stop it. It really is a building, and it seems to be continuous. Everyone immediately revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. They would definitely be able to reach there before nightfall. There seems to be red-crowned cranes flying over there. Could it be an immortal ground? Could it be that there are immortals there? Some people's thoughts were very divergent, and they immediately thought of the legendary immortals. Everyone couldn't help but quicken their pace. On the road, they formed groups of 3 and 2. Many people were already discussing in low voices, and after entering a populated area, they wanted to split up and travel. At this time, Yi Fan noticed that Lu Yi was somewhat wronged and unhappy, so he asked, what's wrong? Wang Yan took my prayer beads and didn't want to give it back to me. Lu Yi was a bit wronged, and also a bit angry. It's her? It must be Lu Yunji's doing again. Pang Bo was immediately enraged. Wang Yan was the female classmate with Lu Yunji, and she had always been targeting Yi Fan, and Pang Bo hearing this. Yi Fan didn't say anything, and walked forward with large strides, blocking Lu Yunji, Wang Yan, and Li Zhangqing. He extended his hand and said, "Hand it over." "What are you talking about?" Li Zhangqing asked, not showing any weakness. "Less nonsense, hand over the prayer beads." It wasn't that Yi Fan didn't have a temper. It was just that he had always been restraining it. Once he was angry, it would be very scary. "Oh, you're talking about this matter," Wang Yan explained. "I was just playing with it, and then I felt that I liked it a lot, so I used my bell to exchange for it with Yi." Yi Fan turned his head to look at Lu Yi. At this time, the others also stopped and turned their heads. I didn't exchange with her. After she took away the prayer beads, she forcefully stuffed the bell into my hands. Lu Yi felt very wronged, and under everyone's gazes, she seemed a bit uneasy, delicate and pitiful. You can't say that. It was clearly you who was willing to exchange," Wang Yan said. "Hand it over. I don't want to say any more nonsense." At this moment, Yi Fan swept his gaze over Lu Yunji, Wang Yan, and Li Zhangqing and said, "Right now I no longer have any patience. I'm about to escape, don't make a mistake." Chapter 30. Li Zhangqing walked forward a few steps. He revealed a playful smile and said, "This is a matter between Lu Yi and Wang Yan. If they want to exchange, then let them exchange." "Yi Fan, aren't you meddling too much?" "Pa." Yi Fan did not say anything. He directly waved his right hand and slapped Li Zhangqing's face. The sound shocked everyone. Li Zhangqing was like a scarecrow as he flew 2 meters away. One could imagine just how powerful the slap was. He fell to the ground. Half of his face immediately swelled up. Blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. His mind was in a daze. After a while he angrily shouted, "You!" But Yi Fan did not even look at him. The contempt in his heart was disregard. He completely treated him like air, as if he did not exist. "Give it to me." Yi Fan only said these 2 words. He calmly looked at Lu Yunji and Wang Yan. Li Zhangqing struggled to stand up. His anger had reached its peak. He quickly rushed over, and was about to tear apart Yi Fan's collar. Unfortunately, before he could even touch the edge of his clothes, Yi Fan backhanded him on the other side of his face. He still completely ignored him. He did not even look at him. He was like a fly being swatted away. It was also a solid slap. The power was strangely great. Li Zhongqing was lying down as he flew out. He crashed into a large tree. He was completely stunned. "Give it to me." Yi Fan still only said these 2 words. He calmly looked at Wang Yan and Lu Yunji. This time, Wang Yan was completely stunned. Her eyes were evasive. She did not dare to look at Yi Fan. She looked to the side. She changed the topic and said, "I did not say I would not give it to her. I have always been discussing it with her." Unfortunately, she did not have enough confidence. She stopped speaking and changed her words. "Since Yi has reneged, I will give it back to her. Is that okay?" As she spoke, she took off the crystal beads on her wrist. She was about to hand it over to Yi Fan. But at this time, Lu Yunji, who had been silent all this time, spoke. "Yi Fan, you are too overbearing. What do you think Li Zhongqing is?" At this time, Li Zhongqing finally regained his senses. He immediately shouted, and was about to rush over again. Pang Bo on the side disdainfully curled his lips and said, "You are asking to be humiliated. If you don't believe me, why don't you try rushing over?" Hearing these words, Li Zhongqing immediately became timid. He shouted from not far away, but he did not dare to take another step forward. "Why did you do this to Li Zhongqing?" Lu Yunji asked Yi Fan. "Why did you hit me?" Li Chongqing angrily said. "Do I need to explain and reason with a fly?" Li Zhili said. Li said. "Li Yizhahao." Li said. "Li was Li, you. What are you talking about?" At this moment, Li Zhongqing's cheeks were swollen. He was so angry that he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He could already see that Yi Fan looked down on Lu Yunji. Yi Fan did not even spare him a glance. He was too lazy to argue with him. It really hurt his pride. Yi Fan stretched out his right hand. Wang Yan quickly placed the beads on his hand. She did not dare to look at him and retreated a few steps. We all know that Yi's life in recent years has not been good. She has received a serious blow. Her personality and mentality have changed. She is very weak and lacks confidence. This kind of psychological trauma needs a long time to adjust. I hope you will restrain yourself and pay attention to your words. Don't bully her in this kind of situation. Don't be too shameless. Yi Fan used a very low voice to warn Wang Yan. Hearing him say such heavy words, Wang Yan's face paled. She was ashamed and angry, but she was even more afraid. She retreated a few steps and did not dare to say anything. "Yi Fan, you have gone too far." Lu Yunji's face was gloomy. The others watched all of this and did not say anything. Just when everyone thought that Yi Fan was going to turn around and leave, they found that he suddenly waved his fist and heavily punched Lu Yunji's face. In an instant, Lu Yunji's nose and mouth spurted out blood. His face was red as he fell to the ground. "You." He never thought that Yi Fan would also attack him. "I did not argue with you, but you always provoke me. Do you really think I have a good temper?" Yi Fan lightly swept his eyes over him. His eyes were full of disdain as he turned around and left. "Yi Fan." Lu Yunji clenched his teeth. Lying on the ground, he wiped the blood from his nose and mouth and shouted, "Just you wait." Pang Bo heard these words and immediately rushed over. He lifted his leg and kicked, saying, "Who do you want to wait? What do you want? Tell me." Bang bang bang. He continuously kicked Lu Yunji a dozen times, sending him flying far away. In the end, he directly fainted. The others watched all of this from the side. No one said anything to mediate, because there were many people who similarly did not like Lu Yunji. In the previous environment, it was fine, but in this new world, there was no need to care about his so-called identity. And even the 2 or 3 people who wanted to speak up for Lu Yunji all chose to remain silent, because they knew that once Yi Fan revealed his sharpness, it was best not to provoke him. Everyone saw it. Li Chongqing still did not understand the situation. He shouted and shouted at the surrounding people. Other than Pang Bo, no one paid attention to him. At this time, Pang Bo walked over with large strides after kicking Lu Yunji and answered, I saw it all." Bang bang bang. Pang Bo's large foot was like kicking a sandbag. He kicked Li Chongqing like a dead pig, causing him to roll out and scream miserably. The crowd did not delay because of this and continued on their way. Wang Yan helped Lu Yunji and Li Changqing up, and the three of them hung at the back of the group. At this moment, Lu Yunji and Li Changqing clenched their teeth. Just now they had lost all their face. It was simply too shameful. At the same time, they had a real feeling of wanting to vomit blood. Now it seemed that their previous actions were not taken seriously by Yi Fan at all. He did not take them to heart at all. It was as if he did not care about their actions at all. This kind of nonchalant disdain made them feel as if they were nothing more than a clown. The other party was too lazy to pay attention to them. Only when he was annoyed would he slap them away like a fly. He did not treat them as people of the same level. The biggest blow was none other than this. They were treated as cats and dogs, not even considered as opponents. An hour later, the crowd climbed over another short mountain. They could already clearly see the tall mountain in the distance. At this moment, the roars of the beasts in the surrounding mountains were getting louder and louder. It looked like they were about to leave this desolate ancient forbidden area. Let's go forward a bit more and stop to rest for a bit. They had already traveled through the mountains for half a day. Everyone felt very tired. After climbing over another mountain peak, the crowd finally saw birds appear in the surroundings. Very quickly, they entered a lively world. Birds were chirping and beasts were roaring. The plants were flourishing and full of life. It was no longer lifeless. There's a rabbit there. There's also a badger. After seeing the wild animals, many people's saliva almost flowed out. Eating only wild fruits was really too bland. There are words on that stone wall. At this moment, someone discovered a stone wall in front of them. There were a few huge ancient words carved on it. The first three ancient words were already seen by everyone. They were desolate ancient forbidden area. The fourth word was finally confirmed to be earth. Why are we seeing these four words again? Could it be that we did not leave the forbidden area? Wrong. It just proves that we have left. This should be the border of the desolate ancient forbidden area. We have finally escaped safely. Let's rest here for a bit. I believe we will see people soon. Among the crowd, 2 or 3 people gathered together and divided into a few small groups. They sat down and began to think about what to do after leaving this place. It was obvious that they were destined to separate. I'll go see what Lu Yunji and the other 2 are doing. Why do I feel that they are acting suspiciously? Saying this, Pang Bo stood up and walked into the forest not far away. Not long after, Pang Bo walked back and said a few words in Yi Fan's ear. We are about to leave this mountain area. Everyone will definitely go their separate ways. And this mysterious world most likely has gods and immortals. If we leave the 3 of them behind and if they gain power, it will be a disaster sooner or later. When that time comes, we will be in big trouble. It is better to completely prevent this from happening. Yi Fan stood up. When he said these words he was very calm, but he had already decided the fate of the 3 of them. Chapter 31. Wang Ziwen, who was sitting not far away, vaguely heard a few words. He couldn't help but ask Yi Fan, "What happened?" Yi Fan turned around to look at Pang Bo and said, "Didn't you record it with your phone? Play it for everyone to hear." At this time, other people also noticed the situation over here, and all looked towards Yi Fan. Pang Bo was very clear that even if he wanted to make a move, he had to be reasonable. It was best to make it clear in front of everyone. His expression was very ugly. Lu Yunji, Li Changqing, and Wang Yan wanted to harm me and Yi Fan. Speaking up to here, he was very angry. These 3 heartless ingrates, we let them off time and time again, but they don't know what's good for them and actually want to kill us. Once these words came out, it immediately shocked everyone. Everyone's gaze focused on him and asked in confusion, "What happened? What's going on?" Pang Bo pressed a few keys on his phone, and suddenly a recording sounded. Damn, I can't swallow this anger. I can't just let it go like this. This was Li Changqing's voice. Following that, Lu Yunji's gloomy voice came out. Let him live for 2 days. I will definitely kill him. What, you want to kill the 2 of them? Li Changqing and Wang Yan seemed to be very surprised. That's right. With them there is no me. With me there is no them. Even though it was a recording, one could still hear Lu Yunji gnashing his teeth. But we simply can't beat that seemingly gentle barbarian. Plus that eyesore Pangbo is a complete mess. There is simply no way. Li Chongqing's voice was filled with resentment and helplessness. Lu Yunji sneered. It doesn't matter, my diamond treasure pestle has a trace of divine power. I believe that after one more night, it will definitely become a bit stronger. At that time, when they least expect it, it will be enough to kill the two of them in one go. From the phone came Li Chongqing's fierce voice. Good, since it's like this, what is there to be afraid of? We must kill them. Wang Yan, when the time comes, you apologize to Lu Yi and lead her to the side. I always feel that her prayer beads are not simple, it might also have a bit of divine power left. Unfortunately, you went to exchange with her, but it turned out like this. Lu Yunji's voice was very dissatisfied. Fine. Finally, Wang Yan's tone also became cold and she agreed to Lu Yunji's request. Lu Yunji muttered to himself in a low and hoarse voice. I can't do it in front of others. This is troublesome. I need to plan it out properly. Pa. Pangbo closed his phone and said. Everyone heard it, right? These three ingrates want to kill me and Yi Fan. Don't blame us for ignoring our friendship. At this moment, Yi Fan strode forward without saying anything. Pangbo followed closely behind, and Zhang Xiling also quickly caught up. The others all stood up and followed them into the forest. I liang I yin tian I is long I pang I ui z ui chin ui I ui I ui I. I've let you off time and time again, but you want to kill the two of us. If I let you off this time, I Pangbo will write my name backwards. You're talking nonsense. Li Chongqing broke out in a cold sweat on the spot. Wang Yan's face was extremely pale as she explained in panic. What are you saying? I don't understand. Pangbo did not say much and played the recording again. At this moment, Wang Yan and Li Zhongqing suddenly panicked. Lu Yunji's face also began to turn pale. In front of the iron-like truth, they had no way to defend themselves. We were just saying it out of anger. How can you take it seriously? Li Zhongqing shouted. He was completely terrified. Angry words? Do you think everyone here is a 3-year-old kid? Everyone knows what's going on. Zhang Xiling, who had always been silent, coldly said. Lu Yunji, you shouldn't have. How could you have such thoughts? How foolish. Wang Ziwen's expression was very serious. Lin Jia also shook her head and sighed. We're all classmates, how can you be so vicious? That's too much. You even want to kill classmates who were stranded in this world with you. Do you still have any humanity? The others also began to speak, all blaming and criticizing the three people in front of them. Finally, Zhou Yi frowned and said, do classmates have to want to kill each other? Quickly apologized to Yi Fan and Pangbo. Lu Yunji and the other two people's faces were deathly pale. At this moment, they wanted to find a hole in the ground to hide in. There's no need to apologize. What kind of sincerity and effect can there be if you say one thing and mean another? Yi Fan glanced at Zhou Yi, then turned to look at the crowd and said, they have already developed such thoughts. If I say I can still face it calmly, then I'm deceiving myself. There are people constantly looking for opportunities to kill us. I can't always be on guard, can I? At this point, Yi Fan walked forward with large strides. Lu Yunji's face instantly turned white without a trace of blood. He immediately grabbed the Vajra treasure pestle in his hand, and a trace of panic flashed in his eyes. Wang Yan shouted in panic, what are you doing? Li Zhongqing also revealed a look of fear and panic. He urged Lu Yunji, quickly use the Vajra treasure pestle. The three of them all knew that this time, Yi Fan would not ignore their existence. However, once he made a move, it would definitely not be benevolent. Pangbo also followed, but Yi Fan stopped him and said, this time, I'll be the bad guy, and I'll do it to the end. As he said this, he took the Tempest Temple's bronze plaque from Pangbo's hand. Yi Fan single-handedly carried it and approached. You don't come over. Wang Yan screamed. Yi Fan did not look at her. He first walked toward Lu Yunji and Li Zhongqing. At this moment, Lu Yunji suddenly pushed Li Zhongqing toward Yi Fan, using him as a shield. Then, holding the Vajra treasure pestle, he followed up and waved it with force, shouting, go to hell. Bang. Yi Fan single-handedly swung the Tempest Temple's bronze plaque. It was as if he had struck a scarecrow's body. In an instant, Li Zhangqing was sent flying 4 to 5 meters away. One could imagine how strong the force was. At the back, everyone was secretly shocked. They felt that Yi Fan was truly worthy of the nickname Barbarian. His strength was truly extraordinary. Pang Bo looked at Li Zhangqing, who had fallen on the ground, and mocked. "This is the righteous Yunji you were talking about? He pushed you out to block the knife at the critical moment. Truly righteous." Li Zhangqing felt half of his body was in incomparable pain. It was as if several of his bones were broken. He struggled to stand up, but Pang Bo, who had walked forward, stepped on him. He could no longer move. Clang. At this moment, Yi Fan swung the Tempest Temple's bronze plaque and heavily smashed it onto the Vajra treasure pestle. Lu Yunji's hand had a faint glimmer of divine splendor, but it was unable to block this kind of huge force. The Tempest Temple's bronze plaque in Yi Fan's hand did not emit any light, but he had extraordinary strength. When he swung it, it was as if a bronze mountain was shaking. Clang, clang, clang. After 3 consecutive metallic sounds, Lu Yunji was smashed onto the ground by Yi Fan. He knelt there, and his arms seemed to be broken as they constantly spasmed. The Vajra treasure pestle rolled to the side, and was put away by Yi Fan. At this time, Zhang Xiling walked over, and brought Wang Yan to the front. What do you want?" Lu Yunji's face was snow-white. The heavy bronze plaque pressed down on his body as he knelt in front of Yi Fan. Hearing this, Yi Fan calmly smiled and said, "What do I want? I want to be at ease in the future and not be remembered by others." What do you want?" Lu Yunji was completely panicking. He shouted at the crowd not far away, "We are all classmates, don't let him mess around. Have you heard of an ancient punishment? It was specially created to deal with vicious criminals. They would be thrown to death on a boulder or a cliff." "You don't." Lu Yunji screamed in fear, but he was powerless to resist. He was lifted up by Yi Fan with one hand, and walked out of the forest as if he was grabbing a little chick. He brought him to the front of the stone wall with the words, "Forbidden Ancient Forbidden Area." Pang Bo and Zhang Xiling grabbed Li Zhangqing and Wang Yan respectively and followed. "No help." The 3 of them screamed in fear. "Yi Fan, this is not good. No matter how wrong they are still classmates. You can't kill them so carelessly." Zhou Yi's expression was unhappy as he spoke to stop him. "That's right, don't be like this. After all, it is 3 lives. No matter how wrong they should not be killed. Give them another chance to change." 3 or 4 people followed to persuade him. Yi Fan turned around to face the crowd and said, "Actually, I really don't want to do this. But giving them a chance to live is equivalent to opening a path of death for me." Suddenly, Yi Fan's expression froze. He saw a cliff cave on the stone wall. Inside, there were 2 tiger cubs with stripes all over their bodies. They were baring their teeth at him. Although they were not more than a foot long, they already had the aura of a ferocious beast. Saber-toothed tiger. Yi Fan was shocked. This species had long been extinct on Earth. He did not expect to see it today. Although it looked very young, he could clearly see its sharp and long teeth gleaming coldly. This was the nest of the saber-toothed tiger. The adult tigers were out hunting, otherwise, the group would be in danger. At this moment, other than Zhou Yi, there were others who spoke up. "Yi Fan, don't be rash. Give them another chance. It's not nice to kill classmates." After seeing everything in the cliff cave, Yi Fan turned around to face the crowd and said, "I have not been calculative with them, but they kept harboring evil intentions and wanted to kill me and Pang Bo. I did this to protect myself. But since everyone does not wish for classmates to harm each other, I will listen to everyone and give them another chance." When Pang Bo heard this, he immediately became unhappy and shouted, "Give them another chance. Are we just waiting to be killed by them?" Yi Fan shook his head and looked at Pang Bo meaningfully. He said, "Tie the 3 of them up first and keep them here for a while. We cannot let these 3 dangerous people travel with us." Although Pang Bo was very unwilling, he understood Yi Fan very well. Seeing the meaningful look in his eyes, he knew that Yi Fan definitely had a plan, so he did not say anything more. Lu Yunji was carried in Yi Fan's hand, and did not see the 2 tiger cubs in the cliff cave behind him. Naturally, he did not know why Yi Fan changed his mind. He was very glad that he could survive. Soon Lu Yunji, Li Zhangqing, and Wang Yin were tied up tightly. The ropes were the belts on their bodies and the clothes that had been torn into strips. Finally, under Yi Fan's request, the three's mouths were also gagged. Yi Fan carried Lu Yunji to the front of the cliff cave and directly threw him in. When Pang Bo and Zhang Xiling came closer, they were instantly dumbfounded. The two tiger cubs were baring their teeth inside. This was actually a tiger's den. The reluctance on Pang Bo's face was instantly swept away, and he almost shouted out loud. He finally understood why Yi Fan changed his mind. There was no better punishment than throwing the three of them into the tiger's den. There was definitely an adult tiger nearby, and it would not be long before they returned. Woo-woo. Lu Yunji's face immediately turned green, and he desperately shouted. However, he could only make woo-woo sounds and could not shout at all. Pang Bo and Zhang Xiling imitated him, and also threw Li Zhongqing and Wang Yin into the tiger's den. Under Yi Fan, Pang Bo, and Zhang Xiling's suggestion, everyone hurriedly set off because this place was not suitable to stay for long. After walking for 2 or 3 miles, an earth-shattering tiger roar came from behind them. Chapter 32. The tiger's roar shook the heavens, and the leaves fluttered in the air. The huge roar reverberated through the mountains like rumbling thunder, and also like a surging flood, causing everyone's expression to change. It was the place where they had just rested. Pang Bo and Zhang Xiling looked at each other. They knew that Lu Yunji and Li Chongqing were done for. They were trapped in the tiger's den by an adult tiger, and it was impossible for them to survive. This was especially true for a female tiger that was feeding its cubs. Everyone's faces turned pale. They had just walked out of the barren forbidden ground, and they had already encountered large beasts. If they kept going forward, who knew what they would encounter? Now that they thought about it, although the dead forbidden ground was scary at night, at least it would not be so dangerous during the day. After avoiding the crocodile ancestor, we went through all kinds of dangers, crossed the lonely universe, and finally came to a world with life. But we lost our lives here. What a pity. Zhou looked at the forest 2 to 3 miles away and said, the tiger's roar was definitely caused by Lu Yunji, Li Zhongqing and the others. Thinking of this, everyone felt a chill, and a bloody scene involuntarily appeared in front of their eyes. The fierce tiger tore apart 3 bodies, its sharp claws and white teeth dripping with blood, gnawing on flesh. That kind of terrifying scene made people feel a chill down their spines. Let's go. They could not stay here for long. The tiger was here, and the surroundings were its territory. After running for another 4 to 5 miles, everyone finally let out a sigh of relief. Why is this forest so quiet? Did we go back to the barren forbidden ground again? The ancient trees covered the sky, and the primitive forest was quiet. There were no birds or beasts, and no bees or butterflies. All the animals seemed to have disappeared all of a sudden. The direction was not wrong, but everyone felt something was not right, so they became more cautious. After walking for about 2,000 meters, all kinds of towering ancient trees gradually became sparse. A relatively open area appeared in front of everyone's eyes. It was a very flat and dry mountainous terrain. Stepping on it felt like stepping on solid marble. Not a single blade of grass grew here, only a few huge rocks. Why is there so much darkness in front of us? What is that? It seems to be a huge black lake. This place was littered with huge rocks, blocking everyone's line of sight. Only after passing through a pile of rocks did they see the scenery in front of them clearly. Everyone was shocked. An enormous lake lay in front of them. It was as still as a piece of iron, without the slightest ripple, and the most shocking thing was its color. It was pitch black like ink, black to the point of being terrifying. Now I finally understand that there really are evil waters in this world. No matter how I look at this black lake, it makes me feel uncomfortable. I've never seen such a black lake before. The black lake was lifeless, devoid of any signs of life. Not only that, but the surrounding open mountains had also become a barren land. Not even weeds could grow here. This seemed to be a forbidden zone for life. I think I heard something. A female student's voice was trembling, and her face was pale. At this moment, the others also heard a faint, strange sound. It was very low, as if someone was moaning in pain. Crack. Suddenly, there was a cracking sound, as if something hard had broken. There it is. Louise's face was pale, and she pointed at the shore of the Black Lake. There was a huge rock that was more than 10 meters long lying there. It seemed like something was lying behind the huge rock, and only part of its body was exposed. The thick skin on its body was as hard as black metal, and it had the texture and luster of black gold. What is that thing? Everyone was shocked. Don't worry about it. Let's get out of here quickly. A huge black lake, a hard mountain where not even a blade of grass grew. Living in such a place, it was definitely not some kind beast. Crack. The cracking sound came again, and that low roar seemed to be even more painful. It seemed to be struggling, and then it actually turned its body to hit the huge rock. The boulder, which was 7 to 8 meters tall and more than 10 meters long, was knocked over in an instant. It rolled into the pitch-black lake water, stirring up a black wave. At this time, everyone finally saw the evil beast clearly. It was less than 3 meters long, and less than 1.5 meters tall. It was not as huge as they had imagined, but it was precisely because of this that it was even more shocking. A 3-meter-long body could actually knock over a 10 meters long, 7 or 8 meters tall rock into the lake. This kind of huge strength was really shocking. What is this thing? No one had ever seen this kind of beast before. It did not have beast fur, nor was it covered with scales. It looked like it was cast from black molten iron. Its whole body was black and it flashed with the texture and luster of metal. It was less than 3 meters long, and it looked like a big piece of black iron. It looked very sturdy, and it had an unparalleled sense of strength. At first glance, it looked like a strong ox, but upon a closer look, it was very different. There were 9 sharp horns on its head, and they were incomparably sharp, and they emitted a dense black light. Moreover, it actually had 5 eyes, and when they opened and closed, a bloodlight shot out. In its wide mouth, its sharp teeth that were more than half a foot long were exposed like daggers. They shone with a cold light, and it was frightening. It had a bitter and fierce aura. This was a terrifying beast that no one had ever seen before. With a single look, one could tell that it was incomparably fierce. Just looking at it from afar made people's hearts palpitate. It looks like it's molting. Someone revealed a shocked expression, and said in a low voice. On the back of the black beast, there was a big hole that was slowly opening up, revealing part of the new body inside. It was even darker and glossier, as if it was forged from black gold. Let's go. While it's molting, we need to quickly leave this place. It was like a cicada shedding its shell. This kind of growth method happening on a vicious beast was really strange, and it seemed very demonic. Fortunately, it was in the midst of transformation. Otherwise, no one dared to imagine the terrible consequences. If they found the fierce tiger that roared like thunder just now, it would probably be as docile as a little kitten in front of this evil beast. It could easily knock a 7 or 8 meter tall, 10 meter long rock into the lake. It was hard to imagine how terrifying this kind of vicious beast was. Everyone was scared but not in danger. They went around the big black lake, and the low and painful roar behind them gradually faded away until it disappeared. Once again, they climbed up a short mountain and looked at the peak in the distance. The buildings there were becoming more and more clear. The scale was very large, and the palaces were continuous. It was like a palace from the heavens had fallen into the human world. Why do I feel like my body is heating up? A female student said to another female student beside her with some embarrassment. I also feel the same. At this time, everyone discovered the abnormality of each other. Their skin was terrifyingly red, as if blood was about to drip out. Everyone felt incomparably hot, as if there was a raging fire burning inside their body. This was not caused by the hot weather, but by the body's condition. Everyone felt more and more pain from their skin and flesh, as if they were being steamed in an oven. I can't take it, it's so uncomfortable. A female student squatted on the ground in extreme pain and shouted, "It's so painful, my flesh feels like it's going to dry up." She couldn't control herself, and tears flowed down her face. She fell to the ground and kept rolling around. Then the second and third students couldn't bear it anymore. Their bodies turned red, and traces of blood seeped out from their skin. They fell to the ground and rolled around in pain. What's going on? What happened? Everyone realized the seriousness of the matter. At this moment, no one could stand. Almost all of them fell to the ground and let out painful roars. Their flesh felt like it was being peeled off, and their whole body was in pain as if it was being cut by a knife. Finally, someone couldn't bear it anymore. He screamed and rolled around, leaving a trail of blood on the ground. "I don't want to die," someone shouted in horror. This was a sudden disaster. No one knew why it happened, and they didn't know their own condition at all. They only felt like they were being dismembered slowly. "Let me die, it's so uncomfortable." They struggled, cried, rolled, and shouted. Many people were close to despair. They roared loudly, and the pain made their minds gradually blur. In the end, everyone's body was surrounded by a layer of blood chi, as if there was a blood-colored flame burning. The intense struggle and painful roars made the mountain no longer peaceful. The nearby birds and beasts fled in fright. This was an inhuman torture. It was like being in purgatory, experiencing the most miserable torture in the world. In the end, everyone fainted from the excruciating pain. None of them were able to remain conscious. After an unknown period of time, the mountain gradually calmed down, and the painful roars disappeared. 2 hours later, Yi Fan, who was lying on his back in the weeds, was the first to wake up. The sky was blue, and he was surrounded by the sounds of birds and insects. He quickly sat up. His body was no longer in pain. In fact, he was full of energy, and his whole body was comfortable. It was as if he had endless energy. He felt like he could tear a saber-toothed tiger apart alive. However, he soon discovered something strange. The clothes on his body had become too big. They were loose on his body and did not fit him at all. He stretched out his hands from his wide sleeves. The moment he saw them, he, who had always been calm, suddenly cried out in surprise. Were these still his palms? They were several sizes smaller, and very smooth. They did not look like the palms of an adult at all. Yi Fan quickly stood up. He felt that everything was so inconceivable. The clothes on his body were loose, like the clothes of an opera singer. However, it was not the clothes that had become bigger. Instead, his body had become smaller. At this moment, his body was like that of an 11 or 12-year-old youth. At this moment, Pangbo, who was not far away, woke up. He rubbed his sleepy eyes and saw Yi Fan standing not far away. He immediately revealed a surprised expression and said, "Wimpy kid, who are you? Where did you come from? F***ck. Why are you wearing Yi Fan's clothes?" At this point, he seemed to feel that something was wrong. He flipped over and sat up, then quickly stood up. Following that, he shouted as if he had seen a ghost. "Why did my clothes become bigger? No, why did my body become smaller?" As he spoke, he looked at Yi Fan in surprise and stammered, You are Yi Fan?" At this point, he covered his mouth because his voice was becoming more and more like a youth, filled with immaturity. Looking at Pangbo, who was not far away, Yi Fan was also in a daze. He was completely young and immature. He looked to be 11 or 12 years old, but he could vaguely see the shadow of an adult Pangbo. "What happened to us?" Pangbo came to Yi Fan's side and shouted excitedly. He was really stimulated. "I think we might have returned to our youth." Yi Fan was also shocked to the point of not knowing what was going on. He could only make such a judgment. The two of them now looked immature, a world of difference from before. F***ck. How could such a shameful thing happen to us? Pangbo shouted loudly. He really couldn't understand why such an inconceivable thing had happened. "Hurry up and see how the others are doing." Yi Fan called out to him, and they walked up the mountain together. Just now, they had tumbled down the mountain for tens of meters. Fortunately, the terrain here was gentle, and there were many trees growing. Otherwise, they would have been in danger. One could imagine how much they had struggled not long ago. Now that they thought about it, that kind of pain was still chilling. When they arrived at the top of the mountain, Yi Fan and Pangbo were immediately stunned. Pangbo shouted, "Who are these old men and women who look so lethargic?" Seeing what they saw, the two of them were almost petrified, feeling waves of fear and trepidation. More than 10 bodies were lying on the ground. As far as the eye could see, it was a field of white skulls with wrinkled skin. They were incomparably old. However, these people were all wearing the clothes of familiar people. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they were 70 or 80 years old. They were really old beyond recognition. They can't be Zhou Yi, Wang Ziwen, Lin Jia, Li Xiaoman and the others, right? In the blink of an eye, beauty had aged. The two of them felt their mouths and tongues go dry as they stood on the mountaintop like clay sculptures. Chapter 33. Yi Fan looked at the dozen or so white-haired old men and was speechless for a long time. They were definitely his classmates, but they had all become like this. It was truly frightening. Peng Bo was also dumbfounded. He felt some lingering fear and palpitations. If he had become like this, he would even feel like dying. The two of them hurried over and checked everyone's condition. Fortunately, they were all breathing and there was no danger to their lives. Hey! Peng Bo found Lu Yi in the grass. She did not show any signs of aging and was still as delicate as before. Her eyes were closed and she looked pitiful. This made Yi Fan and Peng Bo overjoyed. They had a good relationship with Lu Yi since they were in school. Now they were full of sympathy for her and naturally did not want anything bad to happen to her. Yi Fan found Zhang Xiling under an old tree. He looked to be in his 40s. Although he seemed to have lost some time, he was not as old as Zhou Yi and the others. The handsome Xiling has become an uncle. It's better than becoming Uncle Xiling. Yi Fan and Peng Bo whispered to each other. Not long after, Lu Yi woke up. When she saw Yi Fan and Peng Bo, her mouth opened wide in shock. Soon, Zhang Xiling also woke up. When he realized his condition, he could not help but let out a scream. From a young man in his prime to an honest uncle, no one could accept this. Xiling, don't be too excited. Look at their condition and you will feel better. Hearing this, Zhang Xiling looked at Zhou Yi, Li Xiaoman, and the others and was stunned. He realized that there was no worst, only worse. How could this be? He was dazed, but he was much better than before when he was in despair. Of the dozen or so people present, Yi Fan and Peng Bo had returned to their youth. Lu Yi had not changed at all. Zhang Xiling had lost 20 years, and the others had turned into old men and women, their bodies deteriorating. Yi Fan and Peng Bo glanced at each other. The two of them instantly thought of the crystal-clear red fruit. When they ate it, they felt their mouths fill with fragrance and quickly recover their energy. Now it seemed that the fruit was extraordinary. It could be described as mystical. For some unknown reason, everyone had become old. Only those who had eaten this fruit were able to resist the erosion of time. Just what kind of power could rob them of their youth and vitality? Peng Bo was puzzled. I think it's most likely the forbidden ancient land. Yi Fan speculated. Just from the name itself, one could understand its meaning. It was related to the primordial era. Or it was a forbidden area that had existed since the primordial era. Even birds, beasts, insects, and ants avoided it, and it was completely silent and lifeless. It was definitely a place of great danger and evil. However, they'd walked out safely without encountering any danger, and it didn't conform to convention. It truly caused the words primordial forbidden area to seem unworthy of its name. Yes, it must be because of the primordial forbidden area. Peng Bo also understood the crux of the matter. Based on their speculation, there was a terrifying power in the primordial forbidden area that robbed everyone of their youth and vitality. But why did it only act up after everyone walked out? They didn't understand. Maybe it's a power similar to a curse. Maybe as long as we enter the primordial forbidden area, no matter if we walk out or not, no matter where we are, once the time for the curse to act up is up, we won't be able to escape. Yi Fan and Peng Bo couldn't help but feel lucky. If they hadn't eaten a few strange fruits, they'd probably be old and feeble by now. After a period of time, everyone woke up one after another. On the mountaintop, shrill screams resounded. The screams made one's hair stand on end. Then sobs rose and fell. Aging prematurely and having white hair was the most tragic thing in the world. 20-something years old was the prime of one's life, but in the blink of an eye, one's hair turned white and wrinkles piled up. How could they endure this? They were in so much pain that they wanted to die. Why did I become like this? Zhou Yi reached out a trembling hand and stroked his wrinkled skin. Then he pulled out a lock of withered white hair and roared in an incomparably old voice. Why? Beside him, Wang Ziwen was also trembling. He checked the condition of his body. His eyes were cloudy, and the bags under his eyes were as big as pigeon eggs. He looked incomparably old as he said in a trembling voice, I don't believe. Ah. Lin Jia was on the verge of collapse. Her screams frightened the birds in the forest and made them flee in all directions. Appearance was a woman's #1 priority, especially beautiful women who cared more about their appearance. For a naturally beautiful, enchanting and sexy woman like her to suddenly find that her snow-white skin had lost its luster and had become unbearably rough and aged, it was even more unbearable than killing her. On the other side, Li Xiaoman was also in the same state. She was in so much pain that she wanted to commit suicide. If she used to be a beautiful lotus flower, then now, she couldn't even be considered a dried lotus leaf. Her black hair had turned white, dull and withered like weeds. Her skin was even more wrinkled and loose. Her eyes were cloudy, and her face was full of wrinkles. Seeing Yi Fan walk over, Li Xiaoman immediately screamed, "Don't come over." She covered her face with her hands and wept incessantly. Then she buried her head between her knees. Yi Fan didn't walk over to avoid agitating her. He consoled the crowd loudly saying, "Don't despair. Even gods exist in this world. What can't happen? There must be a solution." There was a gloomy atmosphere on the mountaintop. Many people were in so much pain that they wished they were dead. This was especially so when they saw Yi Fan and Pang Bo, the two teenagers who were only 11 or 12 years old. The vast majority of people had become unbearably old, but the two of them had returned to their youthful years. This contrast made many people's hearts bleed. "Oh my God, God. Damn you." Cade was extremely angry. He used both Chinese and English to express his incomparable grief. "Devil, don't be agitated." Pang Bo walked over and very unkindly patted his shoulder. Slowly growing old with the person you love is the most romantic thing in the world. Cade immediately burst into tears and whimpered like a child. "My girlfriend isn't here. It's not romantic at all." Pang Bo was momentarily stunned. He cast a glance at Li Xiaoman, and then walked over to the others without saying anything. "Yi Fan, why haven't you two grown old?" Zhou Yi was the first to calm down. His eyes stared fixedly at Yi Fan and Pang Bo, two beams of light shooting out from his cloudy eyes. The others also temporarily put away their grief and looked over. Pang Bo felt somewhat uncomfortable listening to Zhou Yi's words. He very unkindly said, "I say, Grandpa Zhou, you can't be suspecting that the two of us are up to no good, right? If we had such great magical powers, we could just become gods. Why would we still be mortals?" Lin Jia stopped crying and looked at Yi Fan. She asked earnestly, almost begging, "Yi Fan, tell me the truth. How can you regain your youth? How did you do it?" To this, Yi Fan could only comfort her and give her hope. That strange red fruit had long since been consumed. What other method could there be? Leave this place, to that immortal palace. Zhou Yi stood up shakily and pointed at the mountain in the distance. There was a continuous stretch of palaces there, as if a palace from heaven had descended upon the mortal world. Although his body had aged, his mind had not. He clearly pointed out the only hope at the moment. If there were immortals there, all of this could be easily solved. The group supported each other and walked down the mountain. Many of them were old and moved very slowly. Yi Fan, Pang Bo, Lu Yi, and Zhang Xiling had no choice but to run back and forth to take care of them. "Grandpa Zhou, Grandpa Wang, let me support you too." Pang Bo walked in the middle, one on his left and one on his right, supporting Zhou Yi and Wang Ziwen. To this, Wang Ziwen let out a bitter laugh, while Zhou Yi was expressionless. For some reason, Li Xiaoman chose to let Yi Fan support her, but she did not say anything along the way. She only cried nonstop, until she almost fainted in the end. "What's going on? Why is there still a mountain between us?" Yi Fan and the others all felt that something was wrong. They were clearly only separated by a mountain from the immortal palace, but when they climbed over the peak and looked forward, there was still a mountain between them. It was as if nothing had changed. Since not long ago, no matter how far we go, the distance between us and the immortal palace has not changed. What is going on? They looked into the distance again, moved forward again, and climbed over another mountain. But in the end it was still the same. At this time, everyone understood that there was no way to get close. It's time to make a choice. Maybe we shouldn't continue in that direction. That place seems to be a labyrinth that we can never reach. Suddenly, A fishy smell assaulted their nostrils. The forest swayed, and a black beast that was 5 meters tall stood up, pouncing towards them, its sharp claws glinting coldly. Its entire body was covered in dense black hair that was half a foot long. It was eerie and frightening. Its body was shaped like an ape, but its head was incomparably strange. It had a beak that was more than a foot long. It looked like a bird demon that had become a spirit. He had never seen this kind of vicious beast before. Most of the people present were immediately terrified, and 2 of them even fell to the ground. If they were caught by such a ferocious giant pouncing towards them, they would definitely be torn apart. Yi Fan, be careful! Pang Bo shouted. Because Yi Fan was the first to bear the brunt, Pang Bo anxiously waved the bronze plaque of the Tempest Temple and rushed forward. Yi Fan pushed the 2 people beside him away, and with his right hand holding the Vajra scepter that he had obtained from Lu Yunji, he swung it forward with all his might. Bang! The Vajra scepter collided with a flashing claw, and the giant black beast's palm was bent on the spot. It was obvious that it had been completely fractured. Everyone was stunned, thinking that it was the power of the Vajra scepter. Only Yi Fan knew that the last strand of the Vajra scepter's divine power had been used up by Lu Yunji. Right now, it was all the strength of his body that resulted in this strike. He was very surprised. If it was the old him, it would be impossible for him to have such great strength. However, ever since he had regained his youth, he felt his entire body surging with energy. It was as if he had the divine power to split tigers and toss elephants. The giant beast let out an incomparably mournful cry. It opened its beak and ruthlessly pecked at Yi Fan. At the same time, its other flashing claw slammed down violently. Yi Fan's movements were extremely fast, and he dodged at an inconceivable speed. He flashed behind the giant beast and swung the Vajra scepter with all his might, smashing it heavily on the back of the giant beast. The sound of bones breaking immediately rang out. Bang! It was hard to imagine just how great the power was. The 5-meter-tall black beast was like a wooden puppet as it was smashed away by the Vajra scepter for 8 or 9 meters. It fell heavily on the ground and struggled for a while before it could no longer move. Everyone was dumbfounded. They couldn't believe what they had just seen. The barbarian's body had shrunk to the size of a 12-year-old boy. He looked even more delicate and quiet, but his strength and speed had reached an appalling level. It was very shocking. Everyone was scared but not hurt, and they let out a long sigh of relief. Then there was a discussion. They didn't understand how Yi Fan could have such divine power. They were both envious and jealous. The sky gradually darkened, and the last trace of the setting sun disappeared. Everyone was unwilling to give up, and climbed over another peak. They found that there was still a mountain between them and the heavenly palace. The distance had never changed. At this moment, everyone was completely disappointed and decided not to go there anymore. However, at this moment, a rainbow suddenly appeared in the sky. It was like a rainbow crossing the sky, and it was particularly eye-catching in the dark sky. That is, everyone was shocked. There was a human figure in that rainbow light, and it could actually move freely in the sky. It was definitely not a mortal. Whoosh! That rainbow light suddenly changed direction and flew in their direction. Its speed was so fast that it made people speechless. It was like a rainbow crossing the sky, and it arrived in the blink of an eye. Chapter 34. There was a 1-meter-wide, 2-meter-long rainbow in the sky. It was bright and sparkling, like a translucent crystal. Inside was a young girl around 18 or 19 years old. Her complexion was like jade, her figure was slender, her waist was slender, and her legs were straight. She wore a light blue dress that fluttered in the wind. She had an otherworldly temperament. Everyone was in a daze. This young and beautiful girl was like a fairy, untainted by the aura of the mortal world. She had an otherworldly beauty, like a pure white lotus with rolling dewdrops, or a fresh snow lotus on top of a snowy mountain. She gave off an otherworldly feeling. There was no lack of extremely beautiful girls in this world, but it was very difficult to find one with such an otherworldly temperament. It was as if she had jumped out of the mortal world and blended in with the natural world. This beautiful girl was very calm. She gazed at the crowd below and said something. Her voice was very pleasant to listen to. However, everyone pondered for a moment before they understood what she meant. She was asking about their identity. It was very similar to the ancient Chinese language and carried a soft feeling. One needed to carefully analyze it to understand its meaning. We are a group of people in distress. Are you a fairy? Can you save us? A female student suddenly cried. At this moment, her body was withered, and her skin was wrinkled. She was old and feeble. Finally, she saw a girl who seemed to be a fairy. She immediately cried for help. Lin Jia and Li Xiaomen also stepped forward with a hopeful look on their faces. They were originally extremely beautiful and conceited women. But now that they had suffered such a blow, it was even worse than death. Especially when they saw such a beautiful and moving young girl. It made them even more eager to restore their original appearances. Specks of light flickered in the sky. It was as if the essence of the rainbow had been extracted and condensed into a beautiful piece of precious jade. It sealed a fairy-like girl inside. In reality, the crystal-like rainbow did not solidify. It only seemed to have a texture. The girl inside was not bound at all. Her black hair was like a waterfall, gently dancing in the wind. Her eyes were like water, misty and misty. Her skin was snow-white and sparkled with a little luster. She was extremely otherworldly and beautiful. You have entered the forbidden ancient land? It was another soft and pleasant sentence. Everyone had to ponder for a while before they understood the meaning of this ancient Chinese language. Yes, we escaped from there. An old female student cried helplessly. She looked at the sky with a pleading expression. For a woman, such a tragic event was the most serious blow. She had long lost her composure and spoke without thinking. When the girl in the rainbow light heard this, her calm face suddenly changed, revealing a very surprised expression. To be able to walk out alive, it really wasn't easy, she said softly. Moreover, her eyes continuously swept over Lu Yi, Zhang Xiling, Pang Bo, and Yi Fan. In the end, she seemed to have thought of something and revealed an extremely shocked expression. She anxiously asked, "Is this your actual age?" "No, we are not that old. I don't know why we still have vitality even after losing decades of youth," a male student hurriedly answered. Then he nervously and hopefully looked at the girl in the sky. However, the girl did not look at him. It was as if she already knew that they had lost their youth and vitality. She was asking Yi Fan, and Pang Bo. Yi Fan replied, "We were originally young people in our 20s. I don't know why some of us have aged, while others have regained their youth." "Really?" The girl in the sky revealed an astonished expression. She stared at Yi Fan and Pang Bo and anxiously asked, "Did you eat a red fruit?" It was bright red and glistening, crystal clear. Yi Fan was sure that the strange fruit they ate was the one described by the girl. He had no choice but to admit it. After all, Zhou Yi and the others had also seen it. He immediately nodded. The girl in the sky revealed a strange expression as she looked at Yi Fan and Pang Bo. It was as if she was examining precious treasures. Being stared at by such a pure and beautiful girl made the two of them feel a little uncomfortable. "May I ask, can old people still be saved?" Wang Ziwen found it hard to remain calm in this situation. He really wanted to know if he could regain his youth. Don't despair. Although it is difficult to recover your appearance, you have also gained a lot from losing your youth. There will be many people fighting over you in the outside world. Seeing the strange expressions on everyone's faces, the girl in the sky continued, "Don't worry. Fighting over you is not a bad thing. In fact, it is a kind of opportunity for you. I just want to recover my appearance." A female student wept. She had aged to this extent. She had simply lost the motivation to continue living. "All right, I will bring you out of this desolate ancient forest." The mysterious girl lightly raised her hand. Instantly, a rainbow light sprinkled down and enveloped everyone in the mountain. She slowly brought them into the sky and brought them to stand side by side with her. This was indeed a mysterious world. Everyone guessed that this should be a celestial technique. This place is very far from where there are signs of human habitation. If you want to walk out on your own, it is almost impossible. There are many terrifying beasts in this ancient forest. Even I can only choose to take a detour when I encounter them. Pang Bo revealed a strange expression and asked, "Didn't you come from the celestial palace in front?" "Celestial palace?" The girl in the sky revealed a confused expression and said, "What celestial palace?" Pang Bo used his finger to point at the tall mountain in front of them and said, "Aren't there many palaces there? They are continuous and majestic. There are countless palaces and you can see many red-crowned cranes flying there." The legend is true. The girl revealed a strange expression. "What legend? Did you not see it?" "Yes, I did not see anything." The girl in the rainbow revealed a thoughtful expression and said, "The forbidden area of the desolate antiquity, the forbidden area of life. Since the ancient times, those who entered it and came out alive all said that they saw a celestial palace. It was right in front of them, but they could never touch it." As expected, everyone realized that their experience proved what the girl said was true. Someone asked, "Could it be that it was just an illusion?" It is not an illusion. Only at a specific time, and with a special method, can one truly get close to the celestial palace. However, that kind of great fortune is not something normal people can obtain. It is something that can only be seen but not obtained. Zhou was very concerned about his own problems and said, "Those who entered the forbidden area, some of them came out alive. What is their fate in the end?" The girl was as beautiful as a jade tree. She glanced at him and calmly answered, "Those who entered the forbidden area of life will die 100 times over. Even if they come out alive, their hair will be as white as frost and their life will come to an end. However, their sea of sufferings will also be activated. If they walk the path of cultivation, they will be able to get twice the result with half the effort." Can they regain their youth? It is very difficult, but it is not absolutely impossible. As one's cultivation deepens, their life force will naturally become stronger. After reaching a certain realm, they might even be able to change their appearance. The girl's words instantly gave birth to hope in many people. What exactly is in the forbidden area of the primordial era? What kind of power made us lose our youth? Wang Ziwen could not help but ask. This was a question that puzzled many people. They hated it but could not do anything about it. This question can be said to be very old. Since ancient times, many people have asked this question, but no one has been able to give a clear answer. The girl led the group flying at high speed. Specks of light surrounded them like a rainbow cutting through the sky. The gentle light blocked the astral winds, allowing them to speak without obstruction. She continued to speak. Legend has it that under the abyss of the forbidden area of life, there is desolation. It seems to be a person from the primordial era, but it could also be a terrifying power. Has no one explored it? Yi Fan could not help but ask. Since the primordial era, countless people have explored it, but without any accidents, almost all of them have died. The mysterious girl turned back to look at the primordial forest behind her and said, "Every inch of the land there has been dyed red with blood. There used to be mountains of corpses, and those who died were all experts. Back then, when a certain holy land of immortal sects reached their most prosperous period in history, they sent out all of their strength and gathered tens of thousands of powerful cultivators to kill their way there. They wanted to open the forbidden area of the primordial era and obtain that illusory item in the legends. However, tens of thousands of people all died there. This holy land of immortal sects was almost erased from this world. In the end, only 3 to 5 people managed to escape, and their inheritance was almost severed. That terrifying." Pang Bo was speechless. That is a demonic land that has been dyed with endless blood. It is a pity that not only did tens of thousands of powerful cultivators from that holy land of immortal sects turn to ashes, but even a few top experts became desolate slaves under the abyss of the primordial era, enslaved for eternity. When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but think of the terrifying shadow that was swinging the giant iron chains that were hundreds of meters long. It was most likely the so-called desolate slaves. The multicolored rainbow was extremely fast as lightning. The endless primordial forest below quickly receded, but even so, it still took them a full hour to reach the edge of the forest. By now, the sky was already dark. In the distance, a small town could be seen brightly lit. As soon as they got close, 7 or 8 rainbow lights shot into the sky. They were all different colors, and inside each rainbow stood a silhouette. Wei Wei is back. Did you find anything around the forbidden area of the primordial era? All the nearby grotto heavens have sent their experts here. They seem to be searching for something. I didn't run into them, did I? Since our ancestors sensed the forbidden area of the primordial era, the experts in the grotto heavens naturally couldn't have not sensed it. There were a few elders inside the rainbow lights. They seemed to be the elders of the girl named Wei Wei. These people are. Did they accidentally enter the forbidden area of the primordial era and come out alive? After hearing the affirmative answer from the girl named Vivian, the elders burst into laughter. Ah, not bad. The sea of bitterness in their bodies has been activated. They are good seedlings for cultivation. They quickly landed in the town and walked into a brightly lit hall. How can they be so young? When they saw Yi Fan and Pang Bo, the elders were shocked and found it hard to believe. Could it be that they ate the legendary fruit? This is impossible. One of the elders was in disbelief. He said in surprise, "The 9 holy mountains form the abyss of the primordial era. Legend has it that there is a holy spring and a strange holy fruit on each holy mountain. There are 9 holy springs and 9 kinds of holy fruits in total. If you get one, you will be reborn. However, how can these mortals get close to that place?" Chapter 35. In the brightly lit hall, the elders' eyes were as sharp as lightning. They glanced around and observed Yi Fan's group in surprise. "Why are you all dressed so strangely? Why do you have such short hair? You are all mortals. Why did you mistakenly enter the desolate forbidden grounds? Why is your language so strange? Where did you come from? With your strength, how did you get so close to the desolate abyss and pick the legendary divine fruit?" The elders were very careful and meticulous. They kept asking questions in an attempt to figure out their origins. They came from the other side of the galaxy, a distance of hundreds of light years. Even if they flew for millions of years, they still wouldn't be able to reach this side. How could they say such things? Yi Fan's group remained silent. "Why aren't you talking?" One of the elders' eyes turned sharp. "Even if we tell you the truth, will you believe us?" Yi Fan looked at these people in the hall, calmly saying, "Our hometown is extremely far from here. Just because we ascended an ancient mountain, we arrived on the other side of the world. Not knowing where we are, unable to turn around and look into the distance." The few elders looked at each other, and then one of them nodded and said, "It is understandable. There must have been a peerless expert who laid down an aura on that ancient mountain. It could instantly make the sun and moon lose their light, and the stars move. However, this kind of method is really terrifying." Since the elders didn't ask any more questions, Yi Fan's group didn't mention the coffin pulling by 9 dragons. They also didn't mention that they passed through the lonely universe and arrived at the other side of the galaxy. At this time, the copper lamp, the alms bowl, and the ancient bell in Yi Fan's group's hands caught the elders' attention. "This is..." One of the elders' expression became serious. He received the copper lamp from Yi Fan's hands and carefully examined it. Only after a long time did he release a long sigh and say, "What a brilliant technique. I suspect that the lamp wick has already developed a spirit. But it is a pity that it is already ruined. There are no meridians to follow inside." Then he carefully inspected the alms bowl, the ancient bell, and the bronze plaque. His face was full of shock and pity as he exclaimed, "These were all good items, how could they all be ruined? All the valuable Tao patterns inside have been destroyed, so it's impossible to pry into this method. How did you get these things?" The few old men seemed to be very distressed. Their faces were full of pity as they constantly sighed. At that moment, Yi Fan did not respond. His words earlier could be said to have been watertight. Even if Zhou Yi and the others were to reveal the truth afterwards, his words would not contradict the truth. However, it was different this time around. However, someone followed his train of thought and gave an answer, saying that these relics of the gods were obtained from the ancient mountain where force was laid. Even when they mysteriously entered the forbidden area of the desolate antiquity, they were not left behind. It was obvious that Yi Fan was not the only one who did not want to talk about the matter of the other side of the starry sky. The others also understood the importance of this matter, and could not speak carelessly. "So that's how it is. I'm getting more and more interested in that ancient mountain you've been talking about. I really want to go there and take a look." An old man smiled and squinted his eyes. It was unknown whether he was doubting it or sincerely wanted to explore it. Where was your original residence? Do you have a rough idea of where it was? Another old man asked. Now, almost everyone was following Yi Fan's train of thought and lying together. A female classmate said that they came from the western region. The western region? If that's the case, you came from the vast and boundless western desert. One of the old men frowned and said to himself, the distance from the western desert to the eastern barren is endless. Even if I were to fly on a rainbow, I'm afraid it would still take more than 30 years. Who had such a great talent to lay such a powerful force on that ancient mountain? It's unimaginable. If that's the case, we've come to the Eastern Barren. Joey did not miss the opportunity to ask, how big is the Eastern Barren? The Eastern Barren is so big that even if a mortal could live for dozens of lifetimes, it would still be difficult for him to travel all over it. So big. Yi Fan and the others all revealed expressions of disbelief. In the mortal world, the country that rules the forbidden area of the desolate antiquity is called Yen. It is 2,000 miles from north to south and 3,000 miles from east to west. Such a territory is only a drop in the ocean in the Eastern Barren. There are countless countries like this. Hearing these words, Pangbo almost jumped up. How big was this territory? The land of Yen was so vast, but it was nothing in the Eastern Barren. It was difficult to count all the countries that had the same territory. The Eastern Barren could be said to be boundless. It was hard to imagine how big it was. How could it be so big? Pangbo's pupils contracted. He felt that these facts seriously defied common sense. It was too unbelievable. However, when he thought about the existence of gods in this world, he could only shake his head. Seeing that Pangbo was shocked, the old men all revealed smiles. This young man who looked only 11 or 12 years old would be the seed they would focus on cultivating in the future. One of them continued. Even though the Yen country is only a corner of the Eastern Barren, it is not unknown. The forbidden area of the desolate antiquity is one of the 7 forbidden areas of the vast Eastern Barren. Everyone was speechless for a long time. They had obtained a lot of useful information and were extremely shocked. Just now, you mentioned the Western Desert. How is it compared to the Eastern Barren? Wang Ziwen was more meticulous and couldn't help but ask this question. In terms of size, the Western Desert and the Eastern Barren are almost the same. They are both vast and boundless. After hearing such an answer, everyone's hearts were in turmoil. How vast of a territory was that? However, what shocked them even more was yet to come. An old man continued, Eastern Barren, Western Desert, Southern Mountains, Northern Plains and Central Plains. Among them, Central Plains is the largest. It can be said to be boundless and mysterious. Even cultivators can't cross it. Everyone was petrified. Their mouths were dry and they couldn't say anything else. The old men were very satisfied and encouraged them. Mortals are too small in life, like ants. They can't even understand what the world they live in is like. Today you all have the chance to look down on this vast land. As long as you are willing to cultivate, you will be able to stir up the wind and clouds and stand at the top of the clouds. It took a long time for everyone to come back to their senses. Some of them hesitated and said, we cultivate. That's right. You have entered the forbidden ancient grounds. Although you have lost your youth, this world is balanced. You have gained as much as you have lost. The world of cultivation is full of thorns. Although it is difficult to walk, you have already opened up a small path. That's right. Your sea of sufferings has been activated. Even if you cross the sea of sufferings and step onto the divine bridge, it is not impossible for you to find your own God. The few old men encouraged them and wanted to guide them on the path of cultivation. We still don't know who you are. Joey didn't miss the opportunity and said, there are 6 blessed grottos in the country of Yen. Our place of cultivation is one of them. Of course it is not here. It is not in the mortal world. An old man answered with a smile. The country of Yen is just a drop in the ocean in the East Barren territory. There are 6 blessed grottos in this corner of the world. How many celestial sects are there in this world? Pangbo mumbled. It was obvious that these old men saw him and Yi Fan in a different light. They didn't show any displeasure. Instead, they smiled and said, don't be too ambitious. The basics are the most important. Our blessed grottos are inherited from a sacred ground. The basics are definitely the best in the world. Moreover, if you can rise to the sky in the future, we will provide you with a wider space for development. That's right. Another old man said proudly. Although we are just a blessed grottos, we belong to a famous sacred ground in the East Barren territory. If you are talented enough in the future, you may be selected to be a disciple of that sacred ground. At this point, the few old men looked at the young girl, Vivian, dotingly and said, Vivian is a rare talent that appears once in 1,000 years in our blessed grottos. She will be selected to be sent to the sacred ground soon. We really can't bear to let her go, but we don't want to delay her cultivation. At this moment, a burst of laughter came from outside the hall. Your blessed grottos are not good enough. If you have good talents, you can send them to our blessed grottos. I heard that you found more than 10 good seedlings for cultivation? More than 10 rainbow-colored lights descended from the sky one after another. These people all entered the hall without being invited. Chapter 36. More than a dozen people walked into the hall, their rainbow-colored auras receding. There were men and women among them, and they were all above 40 years old. Some were as quiet as orchids, some were as sharp as swords, and some were as steady as a boulder. All of them had their own unique temperaments. One of the middle-aged men had a solemn aura, and his voice was sonorous and powerful. He laughed loudly and said, Although there are 6 grotto heavens in the land of Yen, your spirit ruin grotto heaven doesn't live up to its name. It's more appropriate to call it a blessed land. Lu Wanshan, what do you mean by that? The elders of the spirit ruin grotto heaven looked displeased. They all stepped forward and shielded Zhou Yi Linjia, and the others behind them. At the same time, they focused on protecting Yi Fan and Pengbo. The middle-aged man called Lu Wanshan was like his name. He stood there like a mountain, giving off an oppressive feeling. He was very direct with his words. He laughed loudly and said, Since there are more than a dozen good seedlings, we naturally want to take away a few of them and lead them on the path of cultivation. Beside him, an old woman with white hair nodded and said, That's right. The 6 grotto heavens in the land of Yen have always been united. Since we suddenly found so many talented seedlings, we naturally want to take away a few of them. An old man from the spirit ruin grotto heaven frowned and said, Senior Sister Liang, you can't say that. 3 years ago, your Golden Dawn grotto heaven found a few disciples with extraordinary aptitudes, but you didn't give any of them to us. Those people have mediocre aptitudes. How can they be considered immortal seedlings? Naturally, we didn't alarm you, the old woman replied with a smile. At that moment, an old man with white hair fluttering in the wind walked forward. He had a sage-like demeanor and said unhurriedly, I don't think these people can be considered immortal seedlings. How about this? We'll only take a few from our grotto heavens and leave a few more for your spirit ruin grotto heaven. The elders of the spirit ruin grotto heaven immediately lost their cool. They seemed to be a little afraid of this sage-like old man. One of them said, Senior Brother Ma Yun, is your jade tripod grotto heaven still lacking potential disciples? I heard that you found 2 real immortal seedlings. The old man called Ma Yun smiled but said nothing. He kept sizing up Yi Fan and Pengbo, nodding from time to time. This made the elders of the spirit ruin paradise a little nervous. They could send the others out, but they had to keep these 2 people. How about this? I'll represent the jade tripod grotto heaven, and only choose one person. The white-haired and white-bearded Ma Yun pointed at Yi Fan and Pengbo and said, I'm not asking too much. You can give me either one of them. No way. The old men from the spirit ruin utopia refused at the same time. At the same time, the other blessed enclaves also began to choose their people. They refused to give in to each other, and started arguing on the spot. Yi Fan listened attentively and obtained a lot of information. A heavenly abode was more suitable for cultivation than a blessed land. Moreover, if there was a heavenly abode, it was very likely that a blessed land would be born naturally. At this moment, it was impossible for everyone in the spirit ruins utopia to stay. Since the people from the other 5 blessed paradises had arrived, they could only reluctantly send a portion of them out. However, it was difficult to decide what to do. In the end, The atmosphere was very tense. The people from the 6 blessed enclaves refused to give in. The middle-aged man with a heavy aura and a body like a mountain, Lu Wanshan, took a few steps forward and said, "It seems like we can only fight." "That's how it should be." The old woman from the Golden Dawn Paradise, Li Ying, nodded in agreement. "In order to avoid hurting the harmony, we should stop when necessary." The white-haired old man from the Jade Tripod Grotto Heaven, Ma Yun, also expressed his agreement. The few elders from the Spirit Ruin Paradise looked very unsightly. They were the ones who found Yi Fan and the others. In the end, the people from the other Grotto Heavens also wanted to interfere. In the end, it was hard to say how many people would be left. Dozens of rainbows soared into the sky. They were especially bright in the night sky. The fight between the blessed enclaves had begun. Yi Fan and the others came to the hall and looked up at the sky. Unfortunately, those people had flown out of the town and were getting further and further away. They could not see clearly. In the distant sky, splendor soared into the sky. Divine rainbows crisscrossed. Occasionally, there would be bursts of thunder. Violent winds blew, and sand and stones were sent flying. Zhou Yi Linjia and the others were dazzled. Just now, those elders had been peaceful, but now, they were flying in the sky and burrowing into the ground. They were really looking forward to such a powerful battle. Not long after, the divine rainbows in the distant sky disappeared. They did not know where the fierce battle had gone. Half an hour later, divine rainbows appeared in the horizon. They streaked across the sky and arrived in an instant. The first to land was the girl named Vivian. She was elegant and otherworldly. Her black eyebrows were curved, and her eyes were like water. Her red lips were moist, and her pearly white teeth were like jade. Under the watery moonlight, she was hazy and graceful. She was like a fairy of the moon that had descended to the mortal world. She was extremely beautiful. Following her were the other elders from the Spirit Ruin Paradise. Even though they were in a sorry state and their bodies were stained with blood, they all had victorious smiles on their faces. The people behind them were also more or less injured. However, their complexions were not so good in comparison. The powerful middle-aged man Lu Wanshan's shoulder was still bloodstained. The sage-like old man Ma Yun's fluttering white beard was cut off. The gray-haired old woman Li Ying's walking stick was also broken into 2 pieces. I didn't expect that Vivian would surpass us at this age. The Spirit Ruin Paradise has produced a peerless genius. Ma Yun sighed. Yi Fan and the others were very surprised. This girl Vivian looked graceful and graceful. She had a gentle and serene appearance. However, she was so powerful. She had defeated these elders. It was really amazing. Since you have lost, there is nothing to say. Your Spirit Ruin Paradise can choose 2 people first. Lu Wanshan's complexion was not very good. Not only did he feel that he had lost to the younger generation, but he also couldn't choose first. The elders from the Spirit Ruin Paradise chose Yi Fan and Pang Bo without any hesitation. Their faces were full of smiles. Then, Elder Ma Yun from the Jade Tripod Grotto Heaven chose Lu Yi. Then Li Ying from the Golden Cloud Grotto Heaven chose Zhang Xiling. However, at this moment, the elders from the Spirit Ruin Paradise were shocked after carefully examining Yi Fan's body. The smiles on their faces disappeared. How could this be? The others quickly noticed the situation and looked over. They saw the elders from the Spirit Ruin Paradise looking unhappy. They didn't know what had happened. What's wrong? Are you not satisfied with letting your Spirit Ruin Paradise choose 2 people first? It's not like that. Come and take a look. The elders from the Spirit Ruin Paradise looked at Yi Fan with pity. The others immediately understood that there must be something wrong with Yi Fan's body. They immediately surrounded him. Ma Yun from the Jade Tripod Paradise was the first to come forward. He said, "Just by looking at him, I can feel that this young man's chi and blood are especially vigorous. It's comparable to a flood elephant. He should be a rare immortal seedling. Is there something wrong with him?" At this moment, the others also came forward and began to examine Yi Fan. Yi Fan felt very uncomfortable being touched, but he couldn't stop them under such circumstances. Li Ying from the Golden Cloud Paradise was shocked. She said, "How can he have such a physique?" After examining for a long time, Lu Wanshan revealed a look of disbelief. He said, "The divine wheel of life is silent, and the sea of bitterness is as hard as divine iron and as steady as a rock. It's impossible to break. What's going on?" Everyone was confused. This physique was too strange. It didn't make sense at all. At this moment, Ma Yin from the Jade Tripod Paradise seemed to have thought of something. He muttered to himself, "Could it be the legendary physique?" He began to inspect Yifan's body once more. His fingers were sparkling like jade, specks of divine radiance scattering outwards. He continuously touched and pressed about. He was seriously measuring the bones and purifying the soul. After a long time, Ma Yin stopped. He was in a daze. He said, "There's actually such a physique in this world." "What physique?" Everyone had a strange look on their faces. "Peerless, unparalleled saint physique," Ma Yin uttered. "What?" Everyone at the scene was shocked, and they could hardly believe their ears. The elders from the Spirit Ruin Paradise reacted quickly. They pulled Yifan behind them and surrounded him to protect him. They were afraid that others would rob or kill him. Lu Wanshang couldn't believe it. He said, "The Yin territory is 2,000 miles from north to south and 3,000 miles from east to west. This territory is only a drop in the ocean compared to the boundless eastern wilderness. I'm afraid that even in the past thousands of years, it would be difficult to find someone with an unparalleled saint physique. Since ancient times, there haven't been many people with such a physique in the vast eastern wilderness." Li Ying from the Golden Dawn Paradise shook her head and said, "It's not impossible. I heard that such a person has appeared in the eastern wilderness. There are also rumors that there's more than one person. However, because they are still growing, it's not time for them to appear in front of the world. I think they must be hiding in a sacred ground, or an ancient family that has been passed down since the primordial era." At this moment, the elders looked at Yifan with different gazes. They were all burning with desire. They wanted to capture him and take him in as their disciple. Even Zhou Yi, Lin Jia, and the others were looking at Yifan with strange expressions on their faces. However, at this time, Ma Yin from the Jade Tripod Paradise coughed and said, "I think you all misunderstood. Maybe I didn't say it clearly." What's going on?" Everyone looked at him in bewilderment. "He does have an unparalleled saint physique. There's no mistake. However, there's a time limit. It belongs to the primordial era." "What do you mean?" Ma Yin explained. "Everyone should have heard of some primordial era legends, right? At that time, there was an unparalleled physique. During that period, there were 9 generations of people. Each of them was invincible in the heavens and earth. If that kind of physique walked the path of cultivation, it would be impossible to predict the ultimate achievements. It was known as the first saint physique." "Yes, of course we've heard of it. Don't tell me you're saying." At this point, everyone looked at Yifan. However, they were no longer shocked or enthusiastic. There was only disappointment in their eyes. "If I'm not wrong, he has that kind of physique." Unfortunately, after the primordial era, although this kind of physique occasionally appeared in the world, it no longer had power. It could not look down on the heavens like it did before the primordial era. In reality, for some reason, this kind of physique gradually faded into obscurity during the post-primordial era. It was no longer suitable for cultivation, and no one could cultivate it successfully. Now, many immortal sects are spreading rumors that an immortal seedling with an unparalleled saint physique has appeared in the eastern wilderness. Just now, I thought that an earth-shattering figure would also appear in our Yin territory. I didn't expect it to be like this. The unparalleled saint physique from the primordial era, compared to the invincible saint physique of today. Sigh. The elders from the Spirit Ruins Grotto Heaven sighed. They were all extremely disappointed and no longer paid attention to Yifan. The people from the other blessed Grotto Heavens also had complicated expressions. They didn't know whether they should rejoice or be disappointed. At this moment, everyone no longer looked at Yifan. The difference from the enthusiasm just now to the indifference now was very obvious. Chapter 37. Up until now, there were only 13 people left in Yifan's group. The rest were all dead. Apart from Yifan, who had a unique constitution, the remaining 12 were evenly distributed, with each grotto heaven being able to take 2 people. This was a passive choice, but Zhou Yi, Lin Jia, and the others did not reject it. It was just as the elders from the Spirit Ruin Grotto had said. This was an opportunity for them. In the end, Yi Fan was in an awkward position. At first everyone thought highly of him, but now no one cared about him. If you don't take Yi Fan with you, I won't go with you. At this moment, Pang Bo looked like he was only 11 or 12 years old, but his words were quite unyielding. If worse comes to worst, I'll go with Yi Fan to the mortal world. One of the elders from the Spirit Ruin Grotto explained. There are no mortals in the grotto heavens. It might not be a good thing for him to join them like this. Yi Fan understood. After thinking about it carefully, he thought of all sorts of possible scenarios. The grotto heavens were full of cultivators, so who would care about a mere mortal like him? Even with Pang Bo's help, it was not a long-term solution. There would definitely be many unpredictable troubles in the future. Pang Bo, you should go with them. I won't join any grotto heavens. Perhaps it's better to be a simple and ordinary mortal. No, I must take you with me. Pang Bo firmly objected. Fine, we'll take Yi Fan with us. The elders from the Spirit Ruin Grotto did not want Pang Bo to bear a grudge, so they decided to take Yi Fan with them as well. Wait. Yi Fan did not show any joy. Instead, his expression was calm as he said, I've already said that I won't join any grotto heavens. Thank you for your kind intentions. Yi Fan, this is an opportunity. Pang Bo hurriedly tried to persuade him. Yi Fan shook his head and said, You don't need to persuade me. He had thought about it carefully just now and completely understood that once he joined a grotto heaven, he might face all kinds of troubles. Moreover, the elder from the Spirit Ruin Grotto had also hinted at it. If you don't go, I won't go with them. Pang Bo was very loyal. No matter what, he didn't want to leave Yi Fan behind and go on his own. Yi Fan smiled and said, I'm counting on you from now on. You have to cultivate well. In the future, I still need to rely on you to help me, such as heroines, fairies, goddesses, saintesses. Just give me a few, I won't be picky. Pang Bo rolled his eyes. The cultivators from the Blessed Enclave also revealed strange expressions. A few of the female cultivators even glared at him fiercely. Yi Fan, you should come with me, Pang Bo advised again. I really want to go with you, but I just want to be a guest for a while and not join that place. I don't know if the people of the Spirit Ruins Paradise will allow it. Yi Fan suddenly said. He was unwilling to be cut off from the path of immortality, and wanted to use this opportunity to enter the Spirit Ruin Paradise. However, he did not want to be bound to a sect. All right, as long as you're willing to go. Pang Bo immediately became happy. As long as Yi Fan was willing to go, he felt that there would be a way to make him stay. He immediately looked at the elders of the Spirit Ruins Paradise. All right. The elders nodded in the end. Yi Fan and the others were about to part ways. The road ahead was unknown, so everyone was confused and expectant at the same time. During their final reunion, everyone wished each other well, and agreed to meet again in another year. At this moment, Yi Fan was undoubtedly a little special. There was no hope for his future, and he was already in a different world from everyone else. Even if someone suggested a reunion in another year, it was completely conceivable that he would not be able to appear before everyone. When everyone looked at him, they all revealed strange expressions. In the end, everyone bid each other well, and went their separate ways. Yi Fan, this is for you. Before leaving, Lu Yi gave the rosary in her hand to Yi Fan. Without waiting for him to refuse, she quickly left. Actually, being an ordinary person is also good. I wish you happiness for the rest of your life. Li Xiaoman walked over. After saying this, she gave him a deep look before turning around and leaving. Yi Fan, I wish you all the best in the future. I believe that with your ability, you will definitely have a colorful life in the mortal world. After saying this, Lin Jia disappeared into the distance. Soon after, Zhou Yi and Wang Ziwen also came to bid farewell. Actually, being an ordinary person is not necessarily a type of blessing. Zhou Yi smiled faintly and lightly patted his shoulder. There's nothing to be depressed about. Yi Fan was unperturbed. He smiled faintly and said, Who knows what will happen in the future? A moment later, more than 10 divine rainbows shot into the sky one after another, streaking across the tranquil night sky like dazzling meteors before gradually disappearing into the horizon. Thus, everyone said their goodbyes. After the people from the other paradises left, a few elders from the Spirit Ruins paradise spoke to Pangbo and Yi Fan. Actually, our paradises are not far from each other. It's easy for you to meet each other if you're willing. The people from the Spirit Ruins paradise continued their journey the next day. They rode on divine rainbows and traveled at lightning speed, causing the mountains and rivers on the ground to constantly pass by. In the end, their group stopped before a misty immortal mountain. This place was peaceful, verdant, and decorated with pavilions and buildings, flowing springs, waterfalls and red-crowned cranes. It was a lively and natural scene, and it was truly a beautiful place. Is this the Spirit Ruins paradise? Pangbo couldn't help but ask. However, his next words were a bit of a wet blanket. He muttered to himself, "These cranes are very fat. Can I catch one or two and roast them?" An old man next to him glared at him and said, "Those are cranes that have gained intelligence. Don't get any ideas. With your current skills, you won't be able to get close to them." This place wasn't the interior of the Spirit Ruins paradise. It was only the entrance to the mountain. Inside, there was a hazy immortal mist, and there were strange flowers and plants everywhere. When they reached the depths of the clouds, they saw a large blue stone before them with two ancient words engraved on it. Spirit Ruins. Pangbo naturally didn't recognize these two ancient words. Only after an old man beside him told him did he understand that they had just arrived at the Spirit Ruins paradise. It was said that this place used to be a ruin countless years ago. After some cleaning, it became a paradise. It could be said that the Spirit Ruins paradise had a long history. If one traced it back to the primordial era, this ancient land could be traced back to the primordial era. Later generations had excavated and cleaned this place on a large scale, hoping to find a few divine items in the ruins. However, they ended up empty-handed. The experts who cultivated in this paradise had always felt that this place wasn't as simple as it seemed. But it was a pity that they didn't make any major discoveries. After passing by the blue stone and walking into the immortal mist, the scenery suddenly changed. It was an incomparably beautiful world, as if they had suddenly arrived in another world. This is the Spirit Ruins paradise? It's like a world of its own. The old men were very satisfied with Yi Fan and Pangbo's reactions. The vegetation here seemed to be favored by the essence of the sun and moon. Even the ordinary plants were exceptionally green, as if they were carved from jade. Ancient trees towered into the sky, the fragrance of herbs filled the air, spiritual birds danced in the air, rare beasts roamed, and divine springs flowed. At this moment, Yi Fan was in a trance. Suddenly, an ancient scripture rang in his heart like a divine bell. It was the ancient scripture that he obtained from the ancient bronze coffin. Chapter 38. Only after taking 100 steps into the Spirit Ruin Wonderland did Yi Fan's heart stop echoing. There were dozens of ancient bluestone steps at the entrance. That place was extraordinary, but Yi Fan didn't stop, nor did he allow him to stop. In front of him was a beautiful mountain peak, with an oppressive spiritual energy. Looking from afar, a 1,000-meter-long waterfall was cascading down from a tall mountain. The white waterfall was like an upside-down galaxy, and the rumbling sound was like 10,000 galloping horses. It was both magnificent and magnificent. As expected of a wonderland. The scenery here is extraordinary, like a pure land outside of the world. A winding path made of cobblestones led past the waterfall, and into the depths of the beautiful celestial mountain. Along the way, ancient trees towered into the sky. Their branches were as strong as dragons. Many palaces could be seen among the plants, looking very harmonious and natural. On both sides of the ancient road, there were artificially open medicinal fields with ginseng as thick as a child's arm and reishi mushrooms with 9 leaves. There were also many unknown medicinal herbs that were sparkling and radiating brilliance. The fragrance of the herbs filled the air, refreshing the mind. Most of the people they met along the way had to pay their respects to the elders, and their attitude towards Vivian was also very friendly. One could imagine the status of this peerless genius in the Spirit Ruin Wonderland. Vivian returned their greetings one by one. She didn't seem arrogant at all. In this peaceful paradise, She was as elegant and otherworldly as a fairy. In the end, she left like a gentle breeze and disappeared into the depths of the picturesque paradise. Yi Fan and Pangbo were brought to a short mountain. There were 3 to 5 thatched cottages, 2 to 3 bamboo forests, and a medicinal field in front of the house. Several old trees were closely connected to each other. Although there were no jade pavilions or palaces, and everything looked ordinary and simple, it was tranquil and natural, like a pure land outside of the world. It could cleanse one's soul, and cleanse one's worries from the mortal world. You guys can stay here for now. The elders gave a few reminders before leaving. Another student was also brought into the Spirit Ruin Wonderland, but he didn't stay with Yi Fan's group. Instead, he was taken to another place. When it was close to noon, a 12 or 13-year-old youth came with a food box and asked them to eat. The food was simple and light. Lotus root slices, sealwort, poria, gastrodia elata, and most of them were medicinal herbs. Is this food edible? There wasn't even any minced meat. For the past 2 days, we've been eating wild fruits and drinking spring water. Now we're still eating these things. Our mouths are so bland that the mountain spring water is almost flowing out. Although there wasn't any oil or water in the food, Yi Fan and Pangbo still finished it all. Not even a leaf was left. Can you send me a roast chicken? Seeing the two of them like this, the young man who delivered the food was a little dumbfounded. He said, No, the paradise does not provide this. If the two of you are not full yet, I can send more food over. How can there be no meat? Aren't there a lot of red-crowned cranes and white deer? There are also many unknown rare birds and exotic beasts. Wouldn't it be enough to roast 1 or 2? I think those red-crowned cranes are already fat enough. The youth who delivered the food immediately fled as if he had encountered a snake ghost. He was afraid that he could not avoid the two of them. Looks like entering the immortal sect to cultivate isn't something to be happy about. These days are too hard. We can't even eat meat. How are we going to live in the future? Pangbo complained. Yi Fan was also very hungry. At that moment, he wanted to grab a roast chicken, tear off a pork shoulder, and grab a jug of wine to eat to his heart's content. For the next dozen days, the old men did not appear. Instead, the young man who delivered the food gradually became familiar with the two of them. As they chatted, Yi Fan and Pangbo gradually adapted to the ancient Chinese language. The young man was very envious of them. It was said that disciples who had just entered the sect would not have their own independent residence. They would only be able to open a cave abode when their cultivation had reached a certain level. 3 to 5 thatched cottages. Does this count as having one's own cave abode? Yi Fan and Pangbo put on the clothes that the young man had brought. Apart from their short hair, they were no different from the people of the Spirit Ruin Paradise. You can't put it that way. Everything around this short mountain belongs to the two of you. If you have the ability, you can naturally open a cave abode. Since this short mountain belongs to us, no one will care if we kill a deer or roast 2 cranes, right? The young man did not dare to reply after hearing their words. He felt that the two of them were too bold. Their way of thinking was completely different from ordinary people. Don't be afraid. We won't act recklessly. Now tell us, what is this so-called cultivation all about? This was something that Yi Fan and Pangbo were very concerned about. They did not understand it at all. They had only heard about the Sea of Bitterness, the Divine Bridge, and the Permitha realm a few times, but they had no idea what it was. The young man shook his head and did not say anything. He had only entered the Spirit Ruin Paradise not long ago and had not truly embarked on the path of immortality. Looks like you guys are a little impatient. At this moment, an old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion appeared in front of the short mountain. His sleeves fluttered in the wind and his feet did not touch the ground. He arrived in front of the thatched cottage, as if he was riding the wind. He nodded at the young man who was bowing to him and said, "You may go." "You are." Yi Fan and Pangbo did not recognize this ruddy old man with snow-white hair. He looked like an otherworldly old immortal. "I am an elder of the Spirit Ruin Paradise. My name is Wu Qingfeng. I have been teaching all the disciples for the past 3 years. Greetings, old man. No need to be so polite. Old man, can you first improve our meals? If this goes on, we will really become immortals before we can even cultivate. This food is too bland. Even the sight of a grasshopper makes us want to drool. Pang Bo complained again and again. Wu Qingfeng's expression was solemn as he said, "The world is full of greed. When you first enter the blessed paradise, the first thing you have to do is to cut off your splendor and clear your mind. If you can't even get rid of your appetite, I'm afraid it will be very difficult for you to overcome the various temptations on the path of cultivation." Pang Bo did not know what to say after hearing this. As for Yi Fan, since he had not joined the blessed paradise, it was even more inappropriate for him to make any requests. Yi Fan and Pang Bo had many questions, but Yi Fan was not in a good position to ask, while Pang Bo was already a disciple of the spirit ruin paradise. The old man asked Wu Qingfeng to take a seat. He sat on a wooden stool in front of the cottage and began to ask all kinds of questions. They knew nothing about so-called cultivation. "Do you think the sky is clean?" Yi Fan did not know why the old man asked this, but when he saw the old man looking at him, he answered, "There are no clouds in the sky, and the sky is blue. Of course it is clean." "Wrong, there is endless dust." Wu Qingfeng opened his mouth and pointed at his palm. "There is endless dust even in the space between my palm and fingers." "What do you mean?" Pang Bo asked in confusion. Wu Qingfeng was very calm like an otherworldly old immortal. He continued to ask, "What do you think this endless dust is?" "What else can it be?" "Dust, of course." "It is dust, but it is also not dust," the old man said calmly. "I understand if it is dust, but what is it if it is not dust?" Pang Bo asked. "It's a world. It's a vast world." Elder Wu Qingfeng spoke in a very natural and calm manner. "It's a vast world, you're not joking, are you?" Pang Bo was bewildered. "In the future, you will understand that a dust, a blade of grass, and a tree are all worlds." Can you be more straightforward? I feel like I'm listening to a heavenly book. Although the literal meaning is easy to understand, I don't understand the deeper meaning. Wu Qingfeng sat there and smiled. "Let's not talk about this today. What I want to say is that there are endless dust particles in the world, and each particle is a world. Similarly, our bodies are the same. We can't see anything, but they contain endless doors, just like the dust particles in the world. This seemingly small body contains countless doors. Continuously opening these doors and discovering one's true self is cultivation." Elder Wu Qingfeng was as calm as an ancient well when he saw the shock on their faces. He asked, "Now, do you understand what cultivation is?" "I think I understand a little." "Okay, you will understand it slowly in the future. Now, I will tell you about the sea of bitterness. There are countless techniques in the world, but all of them begin the path to immortality." "Elder, you have to be more detailed this time." Even though they haven't truly embarked on the path of cultivation, Yi Fan and Pang Bo both understood that the initial concept was the most important. Everything in the world grows with age. Some can live forever in the world, and some will die in the morning, and even in the blink of an eye, their lives will pass by quickly. "Elder, what you are saying is too profound. What are you trying to tell us?" The old man didn't blame him for interrupting. He pointed at an old tree not far away and said, "Do you know how old it is?" "Of course. Chop it down and count its growth rings." "That's right. Time is merciless, and it leaves its mark on everything. Trees have growth rings, and our bodies have life rings. We humans have these things too." Yi Fan and Pang Bo both felt this was ridiculous. The cultivation I am talking about starts from the human body's life ring. Chapter 39. Elder Wu Qingfeng's tone was calm as he slowly explained. "Everything has a place of birth, and we all have such a place in our bodies. It is the foundation of life, and contains all of the essence energy in our bodies. It is called the Wheel of Life Source, or the Wheel of Life." "Where is this Wheel of Life?" Pang Bo asked. "Below the navel." Elder Wu Qingfeng pointed at the area below the navel and said, "Its position is the most perfect dividing point between the upper and lower body." Yi Fan was a little surprised and immediately thought of the golden dividing line of the human body. It happened to coincide with the position the elder mentioned. The dividing line from the soles of the feet to the top of the head was 0, 61, 18, and it was called the golden dividing line. The area below the navel was the most beautiful part of the human body. In reality, There were many golden dividing lines in different parts of the human body, and these dividing lines were the most important parts of the body. In comparison, the largest golden dividing line of the human body, the area below the navel, didn't seem that important on the surface. At this moment, hearing Elder Wu Qingfeng say that it was the wheel of life, the place that contained the essence of the human body, made Yi Fan's heart light up. The most important golden dividing line of the human body might really be the place of birth for all things. The wheel of life wasn't a single point, but a region. According to Elder Wu Qingfeng, it formed a circle with the navel as the center. It was as big as a palm, and it was the place where essence was stored. Elder Wu Qingfeng solemnly emphasized, the wheel of life, mortals give birth to children, and Taoists give birth to their bodies. It is the foundation of a cultivator. According to Elder Wu Qingfeng, the wheel of life was the source of divine power. If a cultivator wanted to step on the path of immortality, everything had to start from here. During the life of a mortal, the wheel of life will continuously dry up. Every year, time will leave a mark on it, just like the rings of a tree. When a person reaches the end of their life, the wheel of life will be filled with the scars of time. At that time, the wheel of life will completely collapse. Can you point out how many marks have been left on our wheel of life? Yi Fan and Pang Bo were originally youths in their 20s, but now they looked like 11 or 12 years old. Their bodies had undergone a shocking change. There are 11 marks on your wheel of life. Hearing this, Pang Bo grinned widely. Compared to his classmates who had lost their youthful vigor, what happened to him was truly heaven-defying. Then he pointed at Yi Fan and asked, what about him? He should be the same as me, right? Wu Qingfeng had long known about Yi Fan's constitution, but he still carefully examined it. The conclusion he obtained was similar to what the others said. Yi Fan's life was incomparably quiet. The sea of bitterness is sturdy as divine steel, stable like a boulder, immovable, impossible to break open. His physique is very special. I can't see through it. I can't tell how many marks there are, but it should be similar to yours. At this point, Elder Wu Qingfeng revealed a strange expression and said, vigorous qi and blood, comparable to a dragon elephant. If he could cultivate, it would be a pity. Wu Yi Fan, as he said, the Wu is dragon life. The wheel of life can be said to be the foundation of a cultivator. If one can reach the legendary realm and keep the wheel of life sparkling and translucent, without any scars or imprints, as if it had just been born, then one might have a chance of becoming an immortal. Is it very difficult to become an immortal? Immortals are only cultivators who can fly in the sky and burrow underground. It's hard to know if real immortals exist. As far as I know, in the vast eastern wilderness, no one has become an immortal in thousands of years. Perhaps only the sacred grounds, the ancient families that have been passed down since the primordial era, or some ancient demons know the truth. Elder, you are destroying our faith. We just wanted to cultivate, but you tell us that immortals don't necessarily exist. This is too much of a blow. Spring flowers don't survive autumn, cicadas don't survive winter. Mortals can only live for 100 years. If they live for thousands of years, they have broken the laws of nature. In a sense, they are immortals. Yi Fan and Pang Bo understood what the elder was trying to convey. When a cultivator stepped on the path of immortality, they had already surpassed mortals. The strong could even live for thousands of years. They had broken the laws of heaven and earth. Even if they couldn't become immortals in the end, their struggle in this life was not in vain. After all, they had broken the laws of nature and changed their fate. Actually, I haven't completely denied the existence of immortals. Maybe we just can't touch that world. Then Yi Fan and Pang Bo kept asking questions while the elder explained patiently. I've always heard people talk about the sea of suffering. What is it? It's the sea of endless suffering that covers the Tao of life. What do you mean? Yi Fan and Pang Bo didn't understand. When a cultivator reaches a certain level, the palm-sized Tao of life will be like a real world inside. The sea of suffering will coexist with it. Please explain in detail. The Tao of life and the sea of suffering seem to be in the same place. What is their relationship? The sea of suffering and the Tao of life overlap, or more accurately, the sea of suffering drowns the Tao of life. Not only is time hardening the Tao of life, but the sea of suffering is also nibbling at it. So there is the saying of crossing the sea of suffering. Elder Wu Qingfeng nodded, that's right. The foundation of a cultivator lies in the Tao of life. One of the goals of cultivation is to cross the sea of suffering. Yi Fan and Pang Bo were shocked. Based on what you said, the sea of suffering is endless and drowns the Tao of life. How does one cross it? Yes, it is endless. That's why even the most talented cultivator will turn into a pile of dirt after thousands of years. Elder Wu Qingfeng felt bitter, but his expression turned into one of yearning. Legend has it that the real immortals must cross the sea of suffering and turn it into the spring of life. One drop is enough to bring the dead back to life. Aye, that is only a legend. Whether or not immortals really exist is still a question. Pangbo sighed. Why don't you tell us something that really exists? The sea of suffering is endless, but if a cultivator wants to live a long life, they cannot be trapped in it. Elder Wu Qingfeng's eyes shone brightly. To be reborn in the sea of suffering, to be filled with vitality in the midst of loneliness, to form a heavenly bridge, to reach the other shore, to arrive at the end of the sea of suffering. Yi Fan thought about it and asked, the sea of suffering drowns the Tao of life. The two can be said to overlap. To form a heavenly bridge, to reach the other shore, to escape the sea of suffering. Isn't this the same as leaving the Tao of life? Isn't that the foundation of a cultivator? Can one escape from it? Elder Wu Qingfeng nodded in approval. I have said that the Tao of life is the foundation of a cultivator, the foundation of everything. I didn't say that there is nothing else besides it. Pang Bo's eyes widened. What else is there? To become an immortal, it is not enough to just cultivate the Tao of life. The heavenly bridge is the key to cross the sea of suffering and connect to the other secret realms in the body. Could it be that there is more than one Tao of life, there are others, or in other words, there are many similar Tao of life in the human body? Yi Fan was very surprised. To become a top powerhouse in the world, all you need to do is cultivate the Tao of life to the extreme. But to become an immortal, cultivating the Tao of life alone is far from enough. At this point, Elder Wu Qingfeng shook his head because even he didn't know if immortals really existed. He continued, even if one is an extraordinary genius, it is enough to cultivate a single wheel of life in their entire lives, and it will bring them endless benefits. To form a heavenly bridge, reach the other shore, and obtain a long life is not so easy. Remember, do not bite off more than you can chew. Only building a solid foundation is the most important thing. Chapter 40. Time flew by and 3 months had passed in the blink of an eye. Yi Fan and Pang Bo gradually adapted to the life here. This change was a change in their mindset as they slowly accepted everything. During this time, the two did not engage in so-called cultivation. Instead, they absorbed common knowledge and pondered about their future path. Elder Wu Qingfeng did not rush them. Instead, he took the initiative to instill them with all kinds of cultivation experiences and understandings. This was very important to Yi Fan and Pang Bo. After another month, they finally felt that they had completely understood and could start cultivating. The wheel of life and the sea of bitterness are in harmony. To cultivate the wheel of life, one must cultivate the sea of bitterness. Therefore, in a sense, cultivation starts from the sea of bitterness. Cultivation was a difficult process, especially for those who had just stepped onto the path of immortality. They needed someone to guide them. Otherwise, they would not know where to start and how to break through. In the next 2 months, I will help you step onto the path of immortality and become an official cultivator. After that, I will no longer teach you alone. You will have to go to the Cliff of Spirit Ruins and listen to mysterious techniques with the others. Although Yi Fan did not join the Spirit Ruins Wonderland, Elder Wu Qingfeng did not ask him to leave. He treated him and Pang Bo the same way. The elder knew that even if Yi Fan insisted on cultivating, there would be no results. Before the primordial age, Yi Fan's physique could be called the best in the world. But now it was just a useless physique. For those who had just stepped onto the path of immortality, building a solid foundation was the most important. Only then could they climb higher in the future. Elder Wu Qingfeng took out the most powerful foundational technique in the world, the Tao Scripture. The Tao Scripture's name was enough to explain the problem. It was a scripture that recorded the great Tao, a supreme technique. Legend had it that in the vast eastern wilderness, only a few ancient scriptures could be compared to it. No one could surpass it. Of course, it was impossible for the spirit ruins wonderland to have the real Tao scripture. A blessed wonderland did not have that kind of foundation. What they had was only the first chapter of the Tao scripture. Moreover, this first chapter was not the only one in the Yin kingdom. Otherwise, it would definitely lead to the destruction of the sect. Without a doubt, the spirit ruin utopia possessing the first chapter of the Tao scripture was a great blessing for the talented disciples. It could help them build a solid foundation, which would greatly benefit their future cultivation. Although this foundation of essentials was precious, it was no longer a secret manual that only one clan possessed. Thus, Elder Wu Qingfeng did not hide it from Yi Fan, and directly passed it to the two of them. The Tao scripture was indeed a vast and profound ancient scripture. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so famous in the Eastern Barren territory for so many years. Just the opening chapter contained the supreme true meaning. It was only a few thousand words, but it took Elder Wu Qingfeng half a month to explain. Every sentence of the Tao scripture contained a profound meaning. Endless mysteries were contained within, explaining cultivation to the pinnacle. Even a strong cultivator would have to sigh after reading the introductory chapter. It turned out that basic cultivation could also be so mysterious. Yi Fan and Pang Bo cultivated seriously every day. According to the Tao scripture, they first had to sense their own wheel of life, and then guide their essence qi to attack the sea of bitterness. And in this process, there was naturally an extremely mysterious sensing method, as well as a unique guiding method. However, this was still not enough. It was very difficult to break through the door just by cultivating on one's own. Someone had to guide them with celestial qi. Elder Wu Qingfeng personally did it every day. His body circulated the foundation of essentials recorded in the Tao scripture, and his hands were placed below Yi Fan and Pang Bo's navel. More than 10 days later, Pang Bo finally sensed the existence of the Wheel of Life. In the next few days, he began to try to guide the essence qi hidden in the Wheel of Life to attack the sea of bitterness. However, Yi Fan still had no success. His Wheel of Life was silent. It was as hard as divine metal. Even someone as powerful as Elder Wu Qingfeng could not break through it with celestial qi, let alone guide it. It's really hard to imagine why there's such a constitution. Elder Wu Qingfeng frowned. In the end, he had no choice but to give up. He had almost used all the essence qi in his body to attack Yi Fan's Wheel of Life, but it was unshakable. Seeing that Elder Wu Qingfeng was about to give up, Pang Bo hurriedly pleaded, "Elder, you must help me. If you help Yi Fan, he might succeed in the next moment." Elder Wu Qingfeng shook his head. "Sigh, it's not that I don't want to help, but there's really no other way. With a constitution like his, no one can guide him. In the end, he still has to rely on himself." Pang Bo smiled and pleaded, "How could this be? Why don't you try again?" This kind of constitution was known as the first sacred body in the primordial era. Naturally, it's not something we can understand. There must be a lot of unknown secrets. However, for some reason it's difficult for it to regain its former glory. It's hard to say whether it needs a special cultivation method or some other reason. At this moment, Yi Fan was still in meditation and had not woken up. Pang Bo continued, "I think that you should look into it. If you discover the reason, you might be able to regain the supreme power of the first sacred body of the primordial era. At that time, the spirit ruin utopia will soar to the sky." Elder Wu Qingfeng had lived for so many years and was well versed in worldly affairs. How could he be fooled by Li Mu? He shook his head and said, "In the post-primordial era, this kind of constitution has appeared a few times. Even the sacred grounds of the eastern wilderness were helpless. Do you think that our spirit ruin utopia will have a chance?" At this moment, Elder Wu Qingfeng seemed to have sensed something. He placed his hand below Yi Fan's navel again, and gathered all of his essence to probe. "How is it, Elder? Is there hope?" Pang Bo anxiously asked. After a long time, Elder Wu Qingfeng finally put down his hand and shook his head. "The Wheel of Life and the embittered sea are still as hard as divine steel. They're silent without any fluctuations. However, I have a strange feeling. His blood essence seems to have become more vigorous. Even though it's hidden and hard to detect, I still sense the fluctuation earlier. Vigorous blood essence? Pang Bo was confused. That's right. The two of you accidentally ate a sacred fruit in the primordial era and drank the water from the divine spring. Your physiques have been reborn and greatly improved. Your blood essence is especially vigorous. At this point, Elder Wu Qingfeng revealed a puzzled expression and said, over the past few days he hasn't made any progress in cultivating the Tao scripture, and he still hasn't been able to sense the wheel of life. However, his blood essence seems to be even more majestic than yours. Pang Bo was speechless and said, didn't you say that the Tao scripture is known as the strongest foundation technique in the Eastern wilderness? It's a legendary immortal scripture, so it should be very targeted. The first chapter is used to cultivate the wheel of life, so why is he cultivating the blood essence? Elder Wu Qingfeng also frowned as he couldn't figure out the reason. At this moment, Yi Fan opened his eyes. His eyes shone brightly and were filled with vigor. Seeing how energetic he was, Elder Wu Qingfeng was even more confused. He asked, did you sense the wheel of life? Yi Fan shook his head and answered honestly, no. Then, do you feel anything special? The elder continued to ask. Yi Fan didn't want to hide anything from him because the elder treated him very well and tried his best. He didn't discriminate against Yi Fan because of his special physique. Instead, he spent a lot of energy to help Yi Fan every day. Even though I didn't sense the wheel of life, I feel very comfortable and energetic. Do you feel any changes? Elder Wu Qingfeng asked again. Like I have endless energy. At this point, Yi Fan single-handedly lifted up a giant rock in front of the cottage. He was calm and collected, as if he didn't use much energy. Elder Wu Qingfeng sucked in a breath of cold air and said, seeing how relaxed you are, I'm afraid you have the strength of several thousand jin with just one arm. If you put both arms together, you have the strength of an elephant. On the side, Pang Bo was also shocked. He and Yi Fan had both experienced the strange change of rejuvenation. Even though there was a limit to their strength, he felt that he couldn't compare to Yi Fan's divine strength. Elder Wu Qingfeng left in confusion. He still couldn't understand why it was like this. Even though Yi Fan couldn't sense the wheel of life, could he still be considered immortal? After the elder left, Yi Fan suddenly started running like a gust of wind blowing in front of the short mountain. Pang Bo immediately revealed an astonished expression and said, not only has his strength increased, but his speed has also increased. In the following days, the elder taught even more attentively because he couldn't teach alone anymore. After a while, Yi Fan and Pang Bo would have to go to the Cliff of Spirit Ruins to listen to mysterious techniques with the crowd. The master could lead the way, but cultivation depended on oneself. Once they officially stepped on the path of immortality, they would have to rely on themselves. The Spirit Ruins Paradise would provide mysterious techniques and medicinal liquids. As for imparting techniques and answering questions, they would all be carried out together. After all, the elders also had to cultivate and didn't have that much time and energy to teach alone. Soon, you will go to the Cliff of Spirit Ruins. Be careful to keep a low profile there. Endure if you can, but don't act rashly. Chapter 41. In the past 2 months, Elder Wu Qingfeng had done his best to earnestly teach Pang Bo and Yi Fan, guiding them on the path to immortality. Pang Bo's cultivation was very smooth. He could sense that his own wheel of life could already guide the circulation of essence qi. What he needed to do next was to open the sea of sufferings in preparation for the release of the divine power spring in the future. Yi Fan still could not sense the wheel of life. There were no waves or waves there, only silence. But after daily cultivation, he felt refreshed, comfortable, and full of energy. In these days, his strength had increased, and his speed had also increased greatly. His body seemed to have inexhaustible essence, qi, and spirit. Time passed quickly. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. Elder Wu Qingfeng was about to leave, and would no longer teach them alone. The path to immortality is difficult and dangerous. Only with a firm will and perseverance can one achieve anything. After saying this, the elder floated away. Yi Fan and Pang Bo bowed deeply to Elder Wu Qingfeng's back. This was not a formality, but a sincere bow. In front of the short mountain, there were 3 to 5 thatched cottages and 2 to 3 bamboo forests. It was quiet and natural. Usually they ate simple tea and food. Yi Fan and Pang Bo gradually got used to this kind of life. Tomorrow they would go to the Cliff of Spirit Ruins to cultivate. Originally, Yi Fan was very hesitant. He did not join the Spirit Ruins Grotto Heaven, so it was really not good for him to learn with Pang Bo. However, Elder Wu Qingfeng gave him a jade token. With this token, even if he was not a disciple of the Spirit Ruins, he could still cultivate there. The bright moon hung in the sky, its bright moonlight sprinkling down. The moonlight was gentle like the waves of water. The forest near the short mountain was hazy, as if it was covered by a thin layer of gauze. Yi Fan and Pang Bo both looked up at the starry sky and did not speak for a long time. They were looking for the star in their hearts, but the stars in the night sky were so strange. They could not see that familiar starry sky again. Coming to the other side of the starry sky, the pass was too far away and could not be found again. I wonder what year it is in the heavenly palace. People have joys and sorrows. The moon waxes and wanes. I hope that people live a long life, 1,000 miles together. The two lay on the grass, looking up at the starry sky. They held thick teacups, but the tea did not pour into their mouths. Almost all of it spilled on their faces. I can't go back anymore. Afterwards, the two of them remained silent for a long time, quietly lying there, looking at the starry sky, not saying a word. Only after a long time did this silence break. We have to live well. Yi Fan and Pang Bo were both optimistic people. The temporary loss was a farewell to the past, and from then on, they could calmly face the future. They quickly put this aside and changed the topic to cultivation. Although they had only cultivated for 2 months, it was a new life for the two of them. It was an unprecedented experience. The immortal Tao was ethereal, and the path ahead was unpredictable. Since he had already set foot on this path, he could only persevere. The Spirit Ruins Paradise was one of the 6 blessed lands in Yen Land. Although it could not be compared to those famous sects, it still had nearly 1,000 cultivators and hundreds of young disciples. As the morning sun rose, the golden light shone on the cliff, dazzling and dazzling. The Spirit Ruins cliff was a precipice formed by a dozen short cliffs. They were not connected to each other, and there was a certain distance between each cliff. Each cliff was not tall, only about 70 to 80 meters tall. Early in the morning, many young disciples gathered here. Due to the difference in cultivation, their choices were naturally different as well. They came to different cliffs to listen to the mystical techniques that were suitable for their current cultivation. Yi Fan and Pang Bo also arrived early. Since they had just joined the sect, they only had one choice, and that was to go to the last cliff. There were already many people gathered here, men and women, about 40 to 50 people. The youngest were only 7 or 8 years old, and their faces were immature and childlike. The oldest were already in their 30s, and their faces were full of vicissitudes. Whoosh! There was a flash of light, and a ray of light pierced through the air and landed on the cliff. The light faded, and an old man with white hair and a beard sat on the cliff. He glanced down indifferently, and paused for a moment on Pang Bo and Yi Fan. Then he began to pass on his technique. At the same time, rays of light also descended from the other cliffs. They were all elders of the Spirit Ruins Paradise. The cliffs were separated by a certain distance, so they wouldn't be affected by each other. Facing the morning sun and listening to the cultivation techniques, many people had a new and novel feeling. Many of them had just become disciples of the Spirit Ruins Paradise. The old man on the cliff was as calm as an ancient well. His voice was calm and emotionless, but his explanation was very detailed. He pointed out all the problems that those who had just stepped on the path of cultivation needed to pay attention to. Half an hour later, the teaching ended. The old man looked down expressionlessly and said, "If you have any questions, you can ask them. If not, we will call it a day." A few youths hurried forward and asked questions. The old man answered them one by one, and seeing that there were no more questions, he rode a ray of light and soared into the sky. This was the first time they came here to listen to mystical techniques, and it was ordinary without any novelty to speak of. This was what Yi Fan and Pang Bo felt, and they even felt a little bored. In these 2 months, Under the guidance of Elder Wu Qingfeng, their foundation was very solid, and they had already understood all the problems they needed to pay attention to. The first chapter of the Tao scripture is enough for us to cultivate for 2 years. These mystical techniques are very boring, and the old man has already given us pointers. Don't bite off more than you can chew. Didn't the old man tell us that we must have a solid foundation? Since he emphasized this, there must be a reason for us to come here to cultivate. In the next half a month, even though the two felt very boring, they persisted until the end. In the end, they slowly discovered the benefits. The imparting elder on the cliff would occasionally talk about his own experiences and insights during the process of cultivation. This was very important. This kind of cultivation process was like a beacon for beginners. Comparing it with their own situation, it was not difficult for them to be inspired, and thus speed up their cultivation. On this morning, the imparting elder on the cliff suddenly opened his palm. Immediately, dozens of light rays shot down and landed in the hands of Yi Fan and Peng Bo. Each of them had a small jade bottle that was very clean and bright. After opening it, waves of fragrance immediately assailed their nostrils. This is the medicinal liquid to help you open up the sea of bitterness. The imparting elder's words were still very concise, not willing to waste a single word. The sea of bitterness and the wheel of life merged together. If one wanted to release the huge amount of essence contained in the wheel of life, they had to continuously open up the sea of bitterness. The medicinal liquid in the small jade bottle was very precious. It was only given out once every 3 months, and each person could only receive 4 bottles a year. Peng Bo's sea of bitterness was still slowly changing. In these 3 months, it had already opened up from the size of a date pit to the size of a fingernail. Strands of essence of life surrounded it, and his entire person looked much more agile. Even though Yi Fan also drank a small bottle of medicinal liquid, there was still not the slightest change. The sea of bitterness was incomparably quiet, unable to be opened up, unable to activate even a sesame seed-sized area. There was not even a trace of essence of life circulating. However, these days his strength and speed were both increasing. The energy in his body was almost boiling, and his qi and blood were exceptionally vigorous, surging violently, comparable to a dragon elephant. I will slowly cultivate like this. Even though I temporarily cannot cultivate the sea of bitterness, nor can I communicate with the wheel of life, but right now my body is becoming stronger and stronger. This is not a bad thing. I feel like you are much stronger than me like this. I cultivate the sea of bitterness every day, but I do not see any increase in strength or speed, and I cannot use any mysterious techniques. I really do not know what the use of cultivating like this is, Peng Bo complained. On the second day, he could not bear it any longer. Under the stone cliff, he asked the imparting elder for guidance. Elder, may I ask, are we going to continue cultivating like this? When can we control the divine rainbow to travel? The imparting elder glanced at him indifferently, and said, rice needs to be eaten bite by bite. A road needs to be walked step by step. If you cannot walk and want to run, you can only fall. Even though the imparting elder was reprimanding him, he still gave an answer in the end. The main reason was to give hope to everyone below, and he explained some of the future cultivation situations. When the sea of bitterness is large enough, then the next step of cultivation can be carried out. That is to open up a channel in the sea of bitterness that leads directly to the wheel of life at the bottom of the sea, forming a spring, and releasing the divine power source of the wheel of life. At that time, you will be considered to have achieved something, and can use the mysterious techniques, which is also the remarkable means that you all hope for. Chapter 42. Time passed by quickly. It had been 4 months since Yi Fan and Peng Bo came to the Spirit Ruin Cliff to study. On this day, the art imparter elder once again bestowed the elixir. The crystal-clear jade bottle was no more than 2 inches tall, and the diameter of the round bottle was no more than 1 inch. The elixir inside was limited. The elixir was dark green in color, and had a special herbal fragrance. It had an extraordinary effect on opening the sea of bitterness, and could save cultivators a lot of time and energy. It was said that this elixir was extracted from the essence of hundreds of herbs. It was similar to the essence of a person's life wheel, so it was called the 100 herb elixir. Swoosh! The Art Imparta elder on the cliff turned into a ray of light and soared into the sky. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the depths of the spirit ruin grotto. Yi Fan and Pang Bo put away the jade bottles and were about to leave when a 15 or 16-year-old youth walked over and blocked their path. He said, "Lend me 2 bottles of the 100 herb elixir." Then he reached out to grab them, not giving them a chance to refuse. "Who are you? Why should I give it to you?" Pang Bo pushed his hand away and glanced at him. Yi Fan saw that the surrounding people all showed a trace of fear and retreated. When he looked at the 5 or 6 bottles of the 100 herb elixir in the youth's hand, he immediately understood that this was an undisguised robbery. The 15 or 16-year-old youth's face sank when Pang Bo pushed his hand away. He said, "You dare to glare at me?" Pang Bo and Yi Fan didn't want to cause trouble. After all, the people here were all cultivators. They had just arrived at the Spirit Ruin Grotto and didn't want to have a conflict with others. They immediately took a few steps back and wanted to leave. "You want to leave quietly? Did I agree?" The youth sneered and grabbed Pang Bo's wrist with one hand while reaching for the 100 herb elixir with the other. Although Pang Bo's strength wasn't as great as Yi Fan's, compared to cultivators who hadn't cultivated any mysterious divine abilities, he could be considered a god. With a shake of his hand, he threw the youth away, causing him to stagger and almost fall to the ground. The 15 or 16-year-old boy flew into a rage out of humiliation and shouted, "How dare you attack me? I'll make sure you won't be able to get out of bed for 3 months." At this moment, a few more 15 or 16-year-old youths squeezed into the crowd. The surrounding people immediately revealed expressions of fear and quickly retreated, as if they knew these people. Each of them had 6 or 7 bottles of the 100 herbs potion in their hands. It was obvious that they had stolen them from others. The few of them quickly surrounded Yi Fan and Pang Bo. The youth who had just been rebuked by Pang Bo sneered and said, "Teach them a lesson. Make them unable to get out of bed for 3 months. As expected, wherever there are people, there will be grudges. Even cultivators are no exception." After Yi Fan said this, he didn't say anything else and directly walked forward. A youth had just jumped in front of him when he was kicked away by him. Pang Bo also sneered. "You even want to rob the sect? How audacious! If I don't teach you a lesson, who knows what evil things you will do in the future." His attacks were even more forceful. Almost every slap sent all the youths around him flying, and they immediately became gourds rolling on the ground. "You dare to hit me?" The face of the youth who started the fight was swollen. He glared at Yi Fan and Pang Bo fiercely. He quickly got up, turned around, and ran away. He said, "Just you wait." Without being able to communicate with the source of divine power in the Wheel of Life, cultivators were only stronger than ordinary people. However, compared to Yi Fan and Pang Bo, they were just like ordinary people. At this moment, a youth about 14 or 15 years old in the distance said to a youth in his 20s beside him, "Your brother is really a piece of trash. Let him think about it, but the result is so embarrassing." The youth in his 20s was a little embarrassed. However, he was afraid of the youth who was a little younger than him. With a slightly respectful expression, he asked, "These two don't look like much. Is it worth it to test them like this?" "It was my great-uncle who wanted to test them. I heard that these two seem to have eaten some kind of divine medicine." The youth showed a disdainful smile and said, "Otherwise, I wouldn't be interested in them at all." The youth in his 20s shivered when he heard this. He seemed to be very afraid of the youth's great-uncle. He said, "Even if it really was a divine medicine, it should have been eaten by these two. What does your great-uncle plan to do?" "My great-uncle thinks that there should still be a very strong medicinal effect left in their bodies. It's a pity that he only found out about these two recently. He is very upset." The youth next to him felt a chill run down his spine. He hesitantly asked, "Even if there are still medicinal effects left in their bodies, can they be extracted? If we can't extract them directly, can't we just take their blood?" The youth's smile was very cold, which didn't match his age. He said, "At worst, we can directly refine their bodies. I think that's my great-uncle's intention." The youth next to him felt a chill in his heart. The old alchemist had always been cruel and merciless. As an elder of the Spirit Ruin Paradise, not many people dared to provoke him. Those two youths were targeted by him as medicinal ingredients, so it would definitely be difficult for them to survive. The 14 or 15-year-old boy seemed to be ordering his subordinates as he said, "Your useless little brother is here. You go with him and measure those two people. See what their physiques are like, and whether they are worthy of my granduncle's refining." "Okay, I'll go right away." Yi Fan and Pang Bo had been keeping a low profile, but they were still being targeted. They just didn't know it yet. When the two of them squeezed out of the crowd and were about to leave, they were once again blocked by someone. It was a youth in his 20s with specks of light circulating on the surface of his body. It was obvious that he had cultivated some mysterious techniques and could use some divine abilities. "Brother, you have to teach them a lesson for me." The youth who caused trouble earlier glared fiercely at Yi Fan and Pang Bo. When the other youths saw that their backer had arrived, they also loudly reprimanded them. "Break their arms and legs, and throw them into the lotus pond to feed the fish. Make them kneel down and kowtow 1,000 times. The youths continued to clamor. Relying on their backer, they continuously humiliated and cursed Yi Fan and Pang Bo. Yi Fan immediately frowned. He naturally wouldn't be angry because of these youths. He just felt that something was wrong, as if someone was deliberately targeting them. "Why did you two beat my little brother?" The youth's face was as dark as water as he stared at Yi Fan and Pang Bo. "Which eye of yours saw me beat him up?" Pang Bo immediately raised his eyebrows. Things had developed to this point, and they couldn't tolerate it anymore. Even if they lowered their heads and admitted defeat, the other party would still ruthlessly beat them up. He could naturally tell that the other party was looking for an excuse. "What exactly do you want?" Yi Fan asked directly. "You beat my little brother up. I naturally have to avenge him." The youth laughed coldly and pressed forward step by step. At this moment, there were many people gathered in the surroundings. They were all watching from afar. No one dared to step forward to stop them. Almost all the disciples at the bottom of the cliff had just entered the sect. They were afraid of this youth whose body could circulate with light. "Break their legs and make them kneel there. Throw them into the lake to feed the fish." The youth started to clamor again. Swoosh! With a flash of light, the youth pounced forward like a ghost. He was extremely fast. His palm and fingers were as clear as jade. They slashed at Yi Fan's neck like a knife. He didn't use his full strength. In his opinion, this palm blade was enough to chop Yi Fan and make him fall to the ground. However, he didn't expect that Yi Fan's reaction would be so fast. He took 2 steps to the side and very naturally dodged the attack. Moreover, he actually stretched out his hand and grabbed the youth's palm with a bang. "Let go." Although the youth was a little surprised, he didn't think that Yi Fan could pose a threat to him. He wanted to use force to throw Yi Fan away. However, things went beyond his expectations again. His finger felt like it was being clamped by a pair of pliers. It was extremely painful, and he couldn't shake it off at all. Bang! Right at this moment, Pang Bo, who was at the side, made his move. He fiercely smashed his fist onto the youth's back. The strength was so great that it made people speechless. The youth's body shook violently, and traces of blood instantly flowed out from the corner of his mouth. After Yi Fan grabbed that palm, he suddenly swung the youth up like he was swinging a scarecrow. After that, he heavily smashed the youth onto the ground. Bang! Smoke and dust rose, and the ground violently trembled. The specks of light on the youth's body instantly dispersed. He let out a blood-curdling scream, and spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. His body twitched. The surrounding people were all dumbfounded. They never expected that it would actually be Yi Fan who knocked the youth to the ground. Moreover, it was done so cleanly and efficiently. It wasn't that the youth didn't have strength. After all, he had already cultivated some mystical techniques. It was just that he didn't have the chance to use them. Now, Yi Fan could easily lift a boulder that was thousands of kilograms with a single arm. It could be said that he had the strength of a dragon elephant. With such enormous strength, even ordinary mystical techniques might not be able to withstand it. It was clearly you guys who were looking for trouble and stirring up trouble. We were only defending ourselves. In the end, you actually have the face to say that we beat you up. Fine, now we might as well let it live up to its name. Pang Bo was furious and quickly rushed over. Those few youths wanted to run, but they were blocked by the surrounding crowd. There was simply no way for them to quickly escape. Bang, bang, bang. Pang Bo made a series of moves. With each kick he kicked these few people back. After that he pressed them onto the ground and began to swing his big palms, which made non-stop smacking sounds. What did you guys say just now? Breaking our hands and feet, and throwing us into the lotus pond to feed the fish. You even said that you want us to kneel down and kowtow 1,000 times. Are you guys tired of living? Pang Bo ruthlessly slapped the few people on the ground until their faces were bruised and swollen. They looked like pig heads as they screamed in pain. You guys haven't even cultivated a feather mystical technique, yet you want to bully others? You guys really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. If I don't teach you guys a lesson today, you guys will really think that you guys are immortals. Pang Bo stood up and kicked wildly with both feet. The few people on the ground kept screaming in pain, but Pang Bo felt refreshed. The more he beat them, the more comfortable he felt. Speak. Why are you targeting the two of us? On the other side, Yi Fan was not idle either. He kicked fiercely, and the youth rolled on the ground again and again. His whole body spasmed, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. If you don't speak, I'll throw you into the pond in front and make you fall upside down. Yi Fan forcefully kicked again. His strength was so great that he immediately kicked the youth 8 or 9 meters away. Hearing this, Pang Bo's face instantly lit up. He said, "Good idea." After saying that, he squatted down and used his great strength to lift 5 or 6 youths at the same time. He walked towards the lotus pond in front of him. "No, put us down. Help, someone's killing me. I beg you, please put us down." Pang Bo ignored them. He lifted them up one by one and threw them into the lotus pond. There was a lot of mud inside. Under Pang Bo's great strength, these people were all stuck upside down in the mud. "Don't kill them," Yi Fan reminded. "It's okay. These pieces of trash have already set foot on the path of immortality. Although they have not cultivated mystical abilities, their physiques are much stronger than ordinary people. At least they can hold their breath for an hour. Are you going to speak or not? Do you want to fall upside down too?" Yi Fan kicked the youth on the ground again. Pang Bo strode over and said, "Just fall upside down. Don't talk nonsense with him. Let's see if he will speak in the end." Seeing that the other party was still unwilling to speak, Yi Fan did not say anything else. He lifted him up and threw him forward. The surrounding people were dumbfounded. How great was this divine strength? When he was still 40 to 50 meters away from the lotus pond, Yi Fan threw a living person out like he was throwing a spear. In fact, this youth was really like a spear. He was stuck straight into the mud. More than half of his body was in, leaving a pair of legs that were still struggling and kicking outside. What a freak! Where did this monster come from? He looks so delicate and quiet. He's only 11 or 12 years old. How can he have such great strength? The surrounding people were dumbfounded. Then they began to discuss among themselves. However, they all felt that their anger had been vented. Those arrogant people just now deserved to be taught a lesson. Suddenly, the crowd in the distance quickly parted to make way for a few strangers. A 14 or 15-year-old youth slowly walked over with a gloomy expression. Beside him were several youths in their 20s. Their bodies were all glowing. This is Elder Han's youngest grandson. His name is Han Feiyu. His granduncle is also an elder. I heard that he's an expert in medicine refinement. Be quiet. Don't talk about him. Be careful of your words. The 14 or 15-year-old youth Han Feiyu slowly approached them with a gloomy expression. He said to Yi Fan and Pang Bo, "What do you think the spirit ruin grotto heaven is? Do you really think that you're the law enforcer, elder?" Yi Fan and Pang Bo ignored him and turned to look at the lotus pond. Han Feiyu's expression turned even gloomier. He said to the 4 people beside him, "Don't let them be an eyesore." Yi Fan turned around and said, "You talk big. It seems that you've been the one behind this. There's nothing more to say. I'll make you suffer today." Han Feiyu's eyes flickered coldly. He mumbled to himself in a barely audible voice, "Looks like I can only send 2 corpses to granduncle." Chapter 43. Han Feiyu's face was gloomy with a cold glint in his eyes. A sneer hung on the corner of his mouth as he stared at Yi Fan and Pang Bo, as if he was looking at dead men without saying a word. When the four youths beside him heard the command, they walked forward together with mocking smiles on their faces as they slowly surrounded Yi Fan and Pang Bo. One of them lowered his voice as if he didn't want the people around him to hear. Ignorant fools. There are some people in the spirit ruins paradise that you can't afford to offend. Just the two of you dare to say those words? You're courting death. Another youth took a few steps forward with a sneer on his face and mocked. How amazing. You've just entered the sect. Yet you're already so awe-inspiring. You really don't know how to write the word death. However, I don't think the two of you will die because suffering is worse than death. It won't be easy to die without suffering. Actually, there's a way to make the two of you suffer less. At this moment, another person spoke up. His tone was very casual, as if the two people in front of him were nothing more than grasshoppers that could be easily crushed to death. He mocked. You can break your own legs, kneel down and beg for mercy, then crawl into the lotus pond and stick your heads into the mud. You can also fall headfirst. If I were the two of you, I would just bang my head against the wall to avoid suffering. The four of them spoke casually and didn't place Yi Fan and Pang Bo in their eyes. They stood in four different directions and didn't give the two of them a chance to escape. Yi Fan and Pang Bo were never people who would swallow insults. However, the four of them had gone too far. They didn't get angry and calmly replied to each other. What are those four idiots doing? I guess they got their heads squashed by the door when they came out. Otherwise, why would they look so stupid and keep muttering non-stop? The two of them spoke casually as if they were outsiders. It was as if they were not involved in the matter and were watching the show. From time to time, they would comment casually. This immediately caused the four youths to become furious. The two youths whom they thought were like grasshoppers were actually not afraid at all. This kind of attitude showed that they did not put them in their eyes at all. Their mouths were vicious, causing their anger to surge. At that moment their faces sank, and they could no longer maintain their mocking smiles. Reckless fool. One of them shouted coldly. However, they did not rush forward. They had already noticed that these two fellows possessed extraordinary strength. They did not want to fail miserably. Chi. Specks of light rippled out from under his navel, and a divine pattern that looked like a wave of water rushed out like an iron chain, quickly wrapping around Yi Fan and Pang Bo, a divine pattern that charged out from the sea of bitterness. The imparting elder said that only when one has achieved a small success in cultivation can he use the mysterious technique. This is an expert. The spectators let out cries of surprise. The majority of the people here were disciples who had just entered the sect, and it was very rare to see someone use the mysterious technique. All of them revealed nervous expressions as they watched. Yi Fan and Pang Bo's speed was extremely fast. They each dodged to the side, and the light pattern that was like an iron chain brushed past their bodies. However, it quickly turned back and continued to wrap around the two of them. This was the first time they fought against a cultivator who could use the mysterious technique. They did not know the power of the divine pattern that charged out from the sea of bitterness, so they did not dare to rashly touch it. The two of them dodged again. However, this divine pattern followed them like a shadow, and they could not get rid of it at all. It shone brilliantly, and it had the texture of metal. It looked shiny, and it quickly wrapped around them. Bang! Yi Fan suddenly raised a huge rock beside him, and welcomed the divine pattern that swooped down. The two collided, and a loud sound immediately rang out. A very deep mark immediately appeared on this huge limestone that was at least 500 kilograms heavy, as if it was left by a blade or axe. This caused Yi Fan and Pang Bo's expressions to change at the same time. Cultivators who could use the mysterious technique were indeed powerful. If it was a mortal, they would not be able to contend against it. Chi. Although the divine pattern that was like an iron chain left a very deep mark on the large limestone, it also seemed to have exhausted its power. Its light dimmed a lot, and it turned into a shadow that quickly rushed back into the sea of bitterness of the youth. His body trembled, and he took 2 steps back. The power of these two grasshoppers is really not ordinary. Be careful, if you are injured by them, then you will really lose face. One of the 4 youths said in a low voice. Swish, 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 swish. A few soft sounds rang out, and 4 different colors of light blossomed from the sea of bitterness of the 4 youths. 4 divine patterns that were like iron chains attacked Yi Fan and Pang Bo from 4 directions. At the same time, Yi Fan and Pang Bo also launched a fierce counterattack. There was no lack of rocks near the stone cliff. Huge rocks that were 500 kilograms were thrown out by them. And the 4 divine patterns trembled repeatedly. Bang bang bang. The divine power of Yi Fan and Pang Bo was astonishing. One after another, huge rocks flew up and rushed towards the divine patterns in the air. At the same time, there were many large limestone rocks that fell towards the 4 youths. The 4 young cultivators who had just learned the mysterious technique were immediately flustered. Although they had cultivated strands of divine power, and could condense the divine patterns that were like iron chains, the speed of the divine patterns they controlled was not fast enough. They could not quickly dodge the huge rocks, and they could not effectively injure their opponents. After cultivating a bit of divine power in the Sea of Bitterness, their physiques had been greatly improved. However, in terms of pure power, they could not compare to Yi Fan and Pang Bo. At this moment, huge rocks that were 500 kilograms in weight were constantly smashing towards them, and they could only dodge. The huge rocks danced in the air, and the 4 young cultivators were not only blocked, but they also constantly retreated, deeply afraid that they would be smashed by those huge rocks. Whoosh! At this time, Yi Fan suddenly rushed forward with an extremely fast speed, leaving behind a faint afterimage where he stood. Bang! In the next moment, he appeared in front of a young cultivator. A simple and direct punch landed heavily on the other party's mouth and nose, causing the cultivator to fly out on the spot. This was a very beautiful and powerful punch. Yi Fan elegantly stretched his body. When he waved his right arm, there was a natural lightness that was very beautiful. However, when he waved his fist, it was so violent that it smashed the young man and sent him flying more than 10 meters away. One could clearly see a string of blood spurting out from the cultivator's mouth and nose. The blood flew several meters in the sky, forming a blood-colored arc. At the same time, 7 or 8 teeth flew out and fell to the ground. On the other side, Pang Bo could not hold back and took the initiative to attack. His speed was extremely fast, and he ruthlessly smashed a huge rock on the body of another cultivator. On the spot, there was the sound of bones breaking. That person flew out in a crooked manner, and fell to the ground. Bang! Bang! Another 2 heavy blows sounded, and the remaining 2 people were also knocked to the ground by Yi Fan and Pang Bo. At this moment, they performed an aesthetic of violence. Their fists were like iron hammers, smashing the 2 people until they spat out large mouthfuls of blood. At this moment, the brilliance of the 4 divine inscriptions dimmed and quickly disappeared into the sea of suffering of the 4 people. Yi Fan and Pang Bo placed the 4 paralyzed cultivators on the ground side by side, and then stood there looking down at them. What did the few of you say just now? You said that the 2 of us don't know the immensity of heaven and earth, and that we don't know the difference between life and death. Now I want to ask, do you know? At this point, Pang Bo went up and kicked the 4 people 4 times, making them roll on the ground like rubber balls. Do you think the 2 of us are grasshoppers that you can pinch to death as you please? You also said that we should break our own legs, kneel down and beg for mercy, and then crawl into the lotus pond and stick ourselves upside down in the mud. You want us to live a life worse than death, and suffer all kinds of torture until we die? What shameless boasting! Bang bang bang. Yi Fan and Pang Bo were extremely displeased with the 4 people. They did not have the slightest bit of pity, and they showed no mercy. They kicked and stomped as if they were stepping on bedbugs, and the 4 people were beaten up like 4 piles of mud. Enough! At this moment Han Feiyu, who had been watching coldly from afar, walked over. His eyes were incomparably cold, and his face was so gloomy that it was about to drip water. Pang Bo glanced at him and said, "You think it's enough just because you say it's enough? Who the F***ck do you think you are? Let them go." Han Feiyu's voice was incomparably cold, and it made the surrounding people feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. Although he looked to be only 14 or 15 years old, his demeanor and temperament did not match his age at all. He was simply too gloomy. "Why should I listen to you?" Pang Bo did not buy it at all. As for Yi Fan, he ignored him even more. He casually squatted down and picked up 2 people from the ground. Then he stretched his body and waved his arms very agilely and beautifully. The two silhouettes immediately streaked across the air like two long spears, quickly flying 40 to 50 meters away, and plunging straight into the mud of the lotus pond. It was as if two long spears had sunk into the mud, leaving only 2 pairs of feet outside the mud. "You're courting death." Han Feiyu finally revealed an extremely angry expression. His entire body was incomparably cold, and he pressed forward with a wave of cold air. Yi Fan ignored him. He picked up the other 2 people and threw them again. With 2 soft pu-pu sounds, another 2 people fell down and plunged straight into the mud in the distance. The surrounding people were flabbergasted. This result was really shocking and speechless. Han Feiyu's sea of bitterness blossomed, and it was very dazzling and dazzling. A square wooden seal that was less than an inch long rushed out. It circulated with a dark green brilliance, and it quickly enlarged, pressing towards Yi Fan and Pang Bo. The surrounding people immediately let out a burst of exclamations. This was a real greenwood seal, and it was not formed by the threads of divine power in the sea of bitterness. It was not something that the 4 divine patterns could compare to. After the greenwood seal rushed out of the sea of bitterness, it circulated with traces of green energy, and emitted a heavy pressure. Chapter 44. Yi Fan and Pang Bo didn't even have the time to dodge. This azure wood seal was much faster than the divine runes. In an instant, it arrived and directly enveloped their heads. The square-shaped greenwood seal wasn't even an inch long when it first appeared, but in the blink of an eye, it had already expanded to the size of a house. Surrounding it was a green mist that surged like clouds. Under the enormous pressure, Yi Fan and Pang Bo felt as if a huge mountain was descending upon them. They tried their best to resist. Bang! The 2 of them used their hands to forcefully push upwards, wanting to knock away the descending greenwood seal. However, they didn't expect that the ground would instantly crack, and their feet would sink into the ground. One could only imagine how much pressure they were under. Bang! The greenwood seal trembled, an endless green mist pervaded the air. It expanded once again, becoming as tall as a palace as it continued to descend. Even a 10,000 gene boulder would have been blown away. What the hell is this thing? How can it be so heavy? Yi Fan and Pang Bo felt their arms becoming heavier and heavier. Following that, their feet sank even further. Everything below their knees had sunk into the ground, and large cracks appeared on the ground. "Don't you 2 like to plant green onions upside down? Now, I'll plant you 2 into human trees." Han Feiyu walked forward, his cold laughter sending chills down their spines. Bang! The greenwood seal trembled once again, and a misty green mist surged, enveloping the surroundings like a thin mist. Instantly, the pressure on Yi Fan and Pang Bo increased greatly. Their bodies sunk again, and this time, their legs were completely submerged, leaving only their upper bodies above the ground. "If this continues, we'll be crushed into meat paste." Yi Fan had a bad feeling as he whispered to Pang Bo, "Don't worry, I won't let you 2 die so easily." Han Feiyu coldly laughed. Without even thinking, it was obvious that he wanted to torture the 2 of them. At this moment, Yi Fan and Pang Bo both felt their arms go numb. If this continued, they wouldn't be able to resist and would be crushed into the ground. Yi Fan signaled Pang Bo to let go and rush out. Pang Bo shook his head. He was afraid that if he let go, Yi Fan wouldn't be able to withstand it, and would be squashed into meat paste. "There's no time, and there's no other choice." Yi Fan clenched his teeth and spat out these words. The pressure from above was too great. Even though he had the strength of the flood elephant, he couldn't hold on for long. Pang Bo was well aware of the current situation. He had to rush out and finish off Han Feiyu by himself. If this continued, there would be no way out. However, the people left behind would most likely be in a desperate situation. It was already very strenuous for 2 people to maintain the greenwood seal. If there was only 1 person left, it would be even more dangerous. There was no other choice. He had to leave 1 person behind to support the greenwood seal. Pang Bo wasn't an indecisive person, so he didn't delay any longer. He loosened his hands and forcefully pressed the ground, pulling out the lower half of his body. Bang! The greenwood seal vibrated and circulated a faint green light. The huge pressure caused Yi Fan's arms to tremble. He sank down again, and everything below his chest was submerged into the ground. The greenwood seal was less than a meter away from the ground. Pang Bo panicked and broke out in a cold sweat. He shot out like an arrow, his speed extremely fast. Bang! The green light flickered and the greenwood seal trembled. The moment Pang Bo rushed out, the huge seal directly pressed down on the ground, crushing Yi Fan's head into the ground. Pang Bo's heart trembled. His entire body moved at extreme speed. He rushed over like a madman and instantly hugged Han Feiyu. His hands were like two pincers that forcefully tore at Han Feiyu. Han Feiyu never imagined that one of the two people he had suppressed to the point where he couldn't move would actually rush out and instantly pounce on him, tearing at his body like a hungry wolf. Bang bang bang. Pang Bo rode on Han Feiyu's body like a drum, constantly swinging his fists down. The onlookers were very surprised. They didn't expect Pang Bo to rush out. Although Han Feiyu's strength wasn't as great as Pang Bo's, after all, he had cultivated a trace of the divine spring. He could mobilize the essence of his entire body, and the surface of his body was immediately enveloped by a layer of divine light. Although Pang Bo's fists smashed down heavily, they didn't cause excessive injury. Only a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. But even so, Han Feiyu's eyes were red. He had never suffered such a big loss before. He immediately struggled with all his might. The bitter sea suddenly bloomed with a brilliance, and it sent Pang Bo flying. Then a few iron chain-like divine glyphs shot out from the bitter sea. They were bright and shiny, and they strangled Pang Bo. Pang Bo hurriedly dodged. He raised a huge rock beside him to block, and then he ruthlessly smashed it. "I'm going to tear you apart." Han Feiyu's expression was frightening. Several divine glyphs circled around his body, and then like a bolt of lightning, they shot towards Pang Bo. Boom! At this moment, the verdant wood seal that was pressing down on the ground suddenly uprooted. Yi Fan raised it with both hands and rushed out from the ground. He forcefully smashed it towards Han Feiyu. Green light flashed, and the blue mist was hazy. It was like a small mountain smashing towards Han Feiyu. With Han Feiyu's cultivation, he couldn't do two things at the same time. He couldn't control the verdant wood seal and the divine glyphs at the same time. Just now, when he was fighting with Pang Bo, Yi Fan found the opportunity to escape. Yi Fan's body was like lightning, leaving behind a long afterimage. He closely followed the verdant wood seal. When the verdant wood seal flew back, Han Feiyu's expression changed. He hurriedly stopped attacking Pang Bo and retracted the divine glyphs. He wanted to control the verdant wood seal to kill the two. But Yi Fan's speed was too fast. He arrived at almost the same time as the verdant wood seal. Just as Han Feiyu controlled the verdant wood seal and steadied it, Yi Fan rushed in front of him. His right leg swept out, and he heavily kicked Han Feiyu's face. Blood splattered everywhere. Han Feiyu's nose and mouth were bleeding, and he was sent flying more than 20 meters away. The verdant wood seal lost control and heavily fell to the ground. Yi Fan didn't stop. His body seemed to transform into a beam of light as he directly chased after Han Feiyu. Before Han Feiyu could land on the ground, Yi Fan had already arrived in front of him. Yi Fan stomped heavily on him in the air. Such a heavy stomp caused the surrounding people to tremble. The ground shook violently, and Han Feiyu's body was almost broken into two. Almost at the same time, Pang Bo also rushed in front of him. He lifted his leg and fiercely kicked Han Feiyu's lower abdomen. "Attack his head. Don't let him concentrate," Yi Fan shouted in a low voice. Pang Bo instantly understood that they couldn't let Han Feiyu concentrate on controlling the verdant wood seal. Otherwise, the two of them would be in danger. Bang bang bang, both of them had great strength. Each of their feet could kick a 1,000-pound boulder away. They heavily stepped on Han Feiyu's body, and even the ground trembled. If it weren't for Han Feiyu's sea of bitterness constantly flowing out and protecting his body, he would have been trampled into meat paste by the two of them. The surrounding people were stunned. The two of them were originally suppressed and were on the verge of despair. But in the end, they turned the dangerous situation around and beat Han Feiyu violently. This was really incredible. "You actually want to torture us to death. You are so insidious at this age. Who knows how vicious you will be when you grow up. It's better to trample you to death now." Although that was what they said, the two of them didn't want to kill anyone. If that happened, the matter would be too big. But they didn't want to let Han Feiyu go just like that. They exerted force on their feet, causing the brilliance on the surface of his body to become dimmer and dimmer. Han Feiyu wanted to control the verdant wood seal, but he failed every time. The verdant wood seal flew up several times and fell heavily on the ground several times. He was about to be trampled into a daze. It was hard for him to concentrate. In the end, Han Feiyu had no strength left. The sea of bitterness could no longer flow with divine brilliance. He was trampled by two people with divine power, rolling and screaming. You think you are a master after opening the sea of bitterness and cultivating a trace of divine power source. You want to kill us? You are not qualified. We have no enmity with each other. Why are you targeting us? At such a young age, your mind is too vicious. You actually want to torture us to death. Yi Fan and Pang Bo did not hold back at all. They were afraid that Han Feiyu was faking it, so they kept hitting hard. Soon, his cheeks were swollen and tears flowed down. His mouth and nose were bleeding, and his head was swollen like a pig's head. Although Han Feiyu couldn't bear the pain and kept screaming, his eyes still looked at the two of them viciously and viciously. This brat seems to be a ruthless character. I think it's necessary to get rid of him. Targeting us like this and holding a grudge, it will be troublesome if we don't get rid of him. Hearing the two's discussion, Han Feiyu was finally afraid. He shouted, "Don't kill me." His voice was extremely loud, as if he wanted everyone to hear him. Then he said in a low voice, "Don't kill me. My great-uncle is an elder of the Spirit Ruins Paradise. If you kill me, you won't be able to live either." Yi Fan and Pang Bo immediately frowned. They felt that things were a little troublesome. The enmity has already been formed. It can't be resolved anyway. Han Feiyu was scared after hearing their words. He said, "Don't kill me. This enmity is nothing. I won't cause any trouble for you in the future." Yi Fan and Pang Bo exchanged glances. It wasn't good to kill him in front of everyone. Otherwise, they would definitely die if they were to face the wrath of an elder. In the end, Yi Fan brought him to the edge of the lotus pond. He held his legs upside down and wanted to throw him in. "You." Han Feiyu's eyes were spitting fire. If the two really threw him upside down, he would lose all his face and wouldn't be able to raise his head in the Spirit Ruins Paradise. Swoosh. Swoosh. With a flash of light, two divine rainbows flew over from a nearby cliff and landed beside the lotus pond. The onlookers immediately retreated. They were definitely experts who could control divine rainbows. The bitter sea must be a divine spring. They must have communicated with the Wheel of Life and released the source of divine power. Senior brother Li Fei, senior sister Wang Jing. Han Feiyu immediately shouted when he saw the two descending. "Are you in charge of the law enforcement patrol today? Hurry up and take them down. They want to kill me." The man and the woman were around 27 or 28 years old. The man was elegant while the woman was otherworldly. Although they weren't very handsome or beautiful, they gave off an aura of immortals. Li Fei glanced at him indifferently and said, "We saw what happened just now. You were the one who started it. It's not their fault." "You." Han Feiyu was shocked and angry. However, he didn't dare to fall out with the two of them. Wang Jing took a few steps forward and said to Yi Fan, "Although he was in the wrong, he has suffered a lot. Let him go." Yi Fan saw that the two of them didn't have the intention to protect Han Feiyu. He didn't want to refute them, so he threw Han Feiyu on the shore of the lotus pond. Han Feiyu stood up. His eyes were spitting fire. He stared at Pang Bo and Yi Fan fiercely. At the same time, he looked at Li Fei and Wang Jing with dissatisfaction. He let out a cold snort and was about to turn around and leave. Li Fei stopped him from behind and said, "Junior brother Han, I advise you not to do anything reckless in the future. Pang Bo has been officially confirmed as an immortal seedling by Elder Wu Qingfeng. If you want to mess around, even your granduncle won't be able to protect you." "What?" Han Feiyu immediately turned around. His face was full of shock as he said, He's an immortal seedling." "That's right, an immortal seedling." Ordinary disciples didn't know what an immortal seedling represented, but as the grandson of an elder, how could Han Feiyu not understand? Any grotto heavens and blessed lands would treat immortal seedlings as treasures, because they were the foundation of their future strength. Normally, it would be difficult to find even one immortal seedling after spending 8 to 10 years searching. It was easy to imagine how rare this kind of physique suitable for cultivation was. Once one was found, they would be nurtured as the sect's successor. Currently, the number of immortal seedlings in the Spirit Ruin Grotto Heaven did not exceed 5. How is that possible? Han Feiyu's face was full of disbelief. If he's an immortal seedling, why would he come to the Spirit Ruin Cliff to learn? Wang Jing answered, that's because Elder Wu Qingfeng doesn't want him to feel that he's special and superior to others. In fact, Elder Wu Qingfeng had already personally taught him a few months ago and passed down the Tao scripture. Wang Jing answered his question. Han Feiyu's face turned pale when he heard that Elder Wu Qingfeng personally passed down the Tao scripture. He knew for sure that Pang Bo was an immortal seedling. Li Fei continued. Elder Wu Qingfeng has been paying close attention to them and happened to see what happened just now, so he felt the need to announce the fact that Pang Bo is an immortal seedling. I hope that you won't act recklessly in the future. Han Feiyu's expression was extremely ugly. He flung his sleeve and turned to leave. Pang Bo was in a daze and only came back to his senses when Han Feiyu was about to leave. With a strange expression, he asked Li Fei and Wang Jing. So I don't have to worry about him in the future? Wang Jing thought that he was worried and afraid, so she comforted him. Don't worry. Not to mention that he's an elder's grandson. Even the sect master's grandson won't dare to do anything to you. Then I can rest assured. Pang Bo then chased after Pang Bo with large strides. There was no fear or worry. He clearly wanted to beat the other party up. This left Li Fei and Wang Jing dumbfounded. They really didn't know what to say. Han Feiyu's expression suddenly changed. He felt terrible, as if he had eaten a dead child. He suppressed his anger and quickly squeezed out of the crowd and disappeared. Chapter 45. Yi Fan and Pang Bo suppressed Han Feiyu, and everyone's jaws dropped to the ground. In everyone's eyes, these two 11 or 12-year-old youths were a mess. They clearly did not cultivate the source of divine power, but they beat up an elder's grandson until he was stunned and almost crippled. Many people watching were dumbfounded. These two are too ferocious. They're only 11 or 12 years old. How can they have such divine power? Fighting with their bare hands, suppressing Han Feiyu, and even knocking away the Greenwood treasure seal that Elder Han gave him. This is unbelievable. The crowd was in a heated discussion. At this moment, even the disciples who joined the sect earlier and had a high cultivation base were paying attention to the situation here. They were in an uproar when they heard that Elder Han's grandson, Han Feiyu, was beaten up. Those two teenagers look so delicate, but why are they so ferocious? You really can't judge a book by its cover. Yi Fan and Pang Bo had been keeping a low profile, but now they had become the focus of everyone's attention. The other disciples at the bottom of the cliffs also gathered around after hearing about the situation, wanting to see these two ferocious people. What? That Pang Bo is an immortal seedling? Everyone was shocked when they heard the news. The disciples who joined the sect earlier all knew what the immortal seedlings meant. They were the future inheritors and hope of the Spirit Ruins Grotto Heaven. They were influential figures who could lead the sect to glory. He's an immortal seedling. No wonder he's so brave and talented. Han Feiyu has kicked an iron plate this time. He won't be able to take revenge, even if he wants to in the future. He can only swallow his anger. Now everyone looked at Pang Bo with complicated expressions. They couldn't tell what they were feeling. Many people quickly made up their minds to befriend Pang Bo in the future. At this moment, Yi Fan and Pang Bo did not stay idle. They ignored the gazes of the crowd and picked up the small jade bottles on the ground one by one. There were more than 30 bottles of the 100 herbs liquid. The few youths who started the fight were stabbed into the mud by Yi Fan and Pang Bo, but the 100 herbs liquid that they had snatched were all left behind. New disciples could only receive one bottle of the 100 herbs potion every 3 months. One could imagine how precious it was. Now that the two of them had received more than 30 bottles, the people around them were envious. Those guys who managed to form divine inscriptions should have even better things on them. Yi Fan and Pang Bo weren't satisfied. They turned their gazes towards the youths who were stuck in the mud. These youths had all cultivated divine energy and had nurtured a divine imprint in the sea of bitterness. Their cultivation bases were a level higher than ordinary disciples, and they were definitely richer than those youths. The two of them looked at each other, and began to pull out the scallions. They pulled the 5 youths out of the quagmire and searched their bodies one by one. Why do they only have a few bottles of 100 herbs potion with them? Yi Fan and Pang Bo searched their bodies and found that each of them only had 5 bottles of 100 herbs potion, which was less than what they had obtained earlier. Their dissatisfied expressions made the surrounding people speechless. Today, every cliff had distributed the 100 herbs potion. The amount of 100 herbs potion they received was naturally different according to the level of their cultivation bases. It was already not bad for these youths to receive 5 bottles each. Li Fei and Wang Jing hadn't left yet and saw everything. They looked at each other and didn't know what to say. They had never seen such an unconventional disciple. At this moment, the youths were lying on the ground like a pile of mud. They still didn't have the strength to get up. After Yi Fan and Pang Bo finished searching them, they looked at each other and threw them back into the lotus pond again. However, this time they didn't fall head first as they were afraid that they might die if they stayed for too long. After that, they also pulled out the youths and threw them into the muddy water. Finally, Yi Fan and Pang Bo came to the front of the Greenwood treasure seal and tried to push it. They felt that it was too heavy. Even though they could lift it up, they couldn't use it to fight. After kicking it twice, they left. Everyone was dumbstruck. These 2 people were simply like locusts. They didn't panic in public, and they actually wanted to take the Greenwood seal away after they finished robbing all of them. Senior Li Fei, Senior Wang Jing, thank you so much. Yi Fan and Pang Bo shouted from afar after squeezing out of the crowd. They then quickly left. Han Feiyu's face was ashen. He was furious. He didn't even put away the Greenwood treasure seal. He directly walked toward a valley in the depths of the Spirit Ruin Wonderland. The valley was very spacious. There were medicinal fields everywhere. Strange flowers and herbs were planted everywhere. The medicinal fragrance and spiritual energy were dense. The whole valley was filled with rare medicinal herbs. There were no other plants. When all kinds of spirit herbs grew, the medicinal fragrance and plant essence overflowed, turning this place into a spiritual valley. On the way, some medicinal disciples bowed to Han Feiyu, but he ignored them. With a gloomy face, he directly went to a cave in the depths of the valley. The medicinal fragrance here was even stronger. In front of the cave, there were 18 medicinal cauldrons that were half the height of a person. It was unknown what kind of metal they were made of, but they looked simple and heavy. How did you end up like this? An old voice came from the depths of the cave. The person didn't come out, but it seemed like he could sense everything outside. One of those 2 people is a seedling immortal. Han Feiyu stood outside the cave. He gnashed his teeth and reported to his great-uncle in detail. If I knew that they had eaten the divine medicine earlier, I only needed to make them release some blood. Unfortunately, I received the news too late. Now there is a bit of trouble. After saying this, Elder Han became silent. After a long time he spoke again. That seedling immortal. Don't provoke him. As for the other one, let's wait and see. Great uncle, you mean? Han Feiyu's eyes suddenly shot out 2 rays of light. What I mean is, you don't need to do anything right now. Cultivate properly first. After saying that, there was no more sound in the cave. It was completely silent. Yes. Han Feiyu didn't want to give up, but he didn't dare to go against Elder Han. He bowed and left. Yi Fan and Pang Bo returned to their residence and began to count their spoils. In total, they got 66 bottles of 100 grasses liquid. This was definitely a windfall. The surname Han really is a good person. The 2 of them praised. After sorting out the bottles, Yi Fan and Pang Bo slowly calmed down. Even though they defeated Han Feiyu's group today, they felt a strong sense of danger. With just a strong body and the power of an elephant, they might be able to dominate among mortals. However, against people with divine powers and mysterious techniques, they lacked flexibility and were no match for them. Right now, they had to cultivate, open up the sea of bitterness, connect with the wheel of life, and let the heavenly spring flow. Only when the source of divine power was under their control could they truly become stronger. That was the foundation of a cultivator. After this sense of danger, the 2 of them desperately wanted to become stronger and cultivate even harder. In the next 2 days, Pang Bo drank 6 bottles of 100 grasses liquid. Together with the mysterious techniques recorded in the Tao Canon, his sea of bitterness finally grew. However, after drinking the 7th bottle, he suddenly felt something was wrong. His sea of bitterness was in chaos, and he felt like he was being stabbed by needles. Oh no, more haste, less speed. The imparting elder said that the new disciples can't handle too much 100 grasses liquid. 1 bottle every 3 months, it makes sense. Pang Bo's forehead was covered in sweat as he struggled to hold on. I'll go find someone. Yi Fan was about to push open the door and leave. No need, I can grit my teeth and endure it. Pang Bo insisted. He endured for half a day before the pain slowly subsided. He smiled bitterly. It seems like we can only eat 1 mouthful at a time and walk 1 step at a time. Normal disciples drink 1 bottle every 3 months, but I, an immortal seedling, drank 6 to 7 bottles in 2 days. It's already heaven-defying. At this point, Pang Bo showed a strange expression and said, You also drank 6 to 7 bottles, but why don't you feel any pain? Instead, you're getting more and more energetic. What's going on? Isn't there any ripple in the sea of bitterness? Yi Fan shook his head. His wheel of life and the sea of bitterness were still silent without any ripples. The only benefit of cultivating the Tao Canon was that his mental qi was getting more and more energetic. There's nothing strange after drinking 6 to 7 bottles. It seems like it's still within the acceptable range. Yi Fan continued to increase the amount. Who knows, there might be some miraculous effect. How can I do that? It's a waste to drink more 100 grasses liquid with my physique. Instead of that, it's better to leave it for you to have a breakthrough. You'll be able to reach a higher realm as soon as possible. Don't worry. Since they've confirmed that I'm an immortal seedling, they'll definitely give me more 100 grasses liquid in the future. Elder Wu Qingfeng has said more than once that a cultivator's state of mind is very important. He clearly knows of my potential, but he doesn't want me to have a sense of superiority. He sent me to the Cliff of Spirit Ruins to learn. This is enough to show the problem. The reason why he's doing this now is definitely to sharpen my mind. I believe that everything will change in the future, and there will definitely be no shortage of 100 grasses liquid. Pang Bo's words were very reasonable. Yi Fan no longer refused. There was no need for formalities between the two, and they began to drink large amounts of 100 grasses liquid. 1 bottle, 2 bottles, 3 bottles. Yi Fan silently circulated the mysterious technique recorded in the Tao Canon. At this moment, he didn't feel anything strange, but a strange change was slowly happening in his body. Chapter 46. In this day, Yi Fan drank a total of 13 bottles of 100 herbs liquid. Adding the 7 bottles he drank 2 days ago, he had now drunk 20 bottles. Apart from the boiling essence in his blood, he still didn't feel any discomfort. Seeing him drink like this, even Pang Bo felt afraid and said, Let's stop first. I'm scared now, and my eyelids can't stop trembling. I'm afraid you'll explode with a bang, and I won't be able to see you again. You jinx, what nonsense are you saying? At this point, Yi Fan carefully sensed the condition of the sea of misery, and said, I seem to have a strange feeling. What, it's effective. Pang Bo instantly revealed a joyful expression and said, I'll go find Elder Wu Qingfeng to help you guide it. Yi Fan stopped him and said, Don't go, I'll slowly sense it myself. Elder Wu Qingfeng had once said that Yi Fan's physique could only rely on himself, and outsiders couldn't help guide it at all. He had once said that if an ordinary person's wheel of life was a piece of soil, then Yi Fan's theory of life was a piece of godly metal. After planting a seed in the soil, with careful care and cultivation, the seed would definitely germinate and show vitality. And no matter how much godly metal you put in, even if you planted a celestial root, it would be difficult to grow. In this kind of situation, there would only be a glimmer of hope for vitality if the inside of the godly metal transformed. Otherwise, no matter how good the conditions provided by the outside world, it would be difficult to change anything. Yi Fan had a strange feeling, and was very excited. His physique was known as the saint physique in the primordial age, but now it was regarded as a useless physique, and he was very unwilling to accept it. Now that he had a special feeling, he was naturally very excited. At this moment, Pang Bo's eyes almost popped out. Seeing Yi Fan gulping down bottle after bottle as if he was drinking water, his heart was in his throat. I say, let's take it easy. Looking at you like this, I'm really scared. Let's drink the rest tomorrow, okay? I'm really scared. When Pangbo said this, there was already a pile of empty jade bottles on the ground. Yi Fan had already drunk 40 bottles of 100 herbs liquid. Don't worry, I feel great right now. The boiling essence energy in my blood has completely calmed down, and the position of the wheel of life is fluctuating violently. After saying that, Yi Fan continued to drink the 100 herbs potion. Eventually, there was nothing left in front of him. Other than the 7 bottles that Pangbo drank, the remaining 59 bottles were all consumed by Yi Fan. How do you feel? Pangbo asked nervously. I've finally sensed the existence of the wheel of life. The divine power spring there is boiling. At this point, Yi Fan stopped talking and began to silently circulate the mysterious technique recorded in the Tao scripture to attack the Sea of Sufferings. Pangbo was dumbfounded. He muttered to himself, the wheel of life's divine power source is boiling. Why haven't I felt this before? The thatched cottage gradually quieted down. Yi Fan sat there quietly like a stone statue, while Pangbo anxiously and uneasily guarded him. After an unknown period of time, the thatched cottage suddenly shone brightly, and a tsunami-like sound burst out. Endless divine light rushed out from Yi Fan's Sea of Sufferings. It was golden, and accompanied by lightning and thunder. Pangbo was dumbfounded. He was so shocked that he couldn't speak. He stared blankly at everything in front of him. He saw that in Yi Fan's Sea of Sufferings, there were tens of thousands of rays of divine light, and it was as gorgeous as a rainbow. There were golden waves surging, and they were accompanied by bursts of lightning and thunder. There was a violent tsunami there, and the waves soared into the sky. Such a miraculous scene happening in the Sea of Sufferings was simply unheard of. Pangbo was shocked to the extreme. He felt that everything in front of him was so incredible. He muttered to himself, what on earth happened? The deafening sound of the tsunami came from the thatched cottage, as if there were thousands of troops and horses galloping. Pangbo slapped himself hard to make sure that he wasn't dreaming. The tsunami reached the sky, the sound was like thunder, and the waves were tens of thousands. He felt that his mouth was dry. All of this was like a dream. The rumbling sound of the waves was like thousands of troops and horses galloping. At this moment, it seemed that he wasn't standing in the thatched cottage, but had come to the coast, and was facing a vast and undulating ocean. Yi Fan was silent and motionless. He sat there cross-legged, and the divine light in the Sea of Sufferings bloomed. It was gorgeous and dazzling. At this moment, the sound of the waves never stopped. The golden light shone, the lightning danced, and the waves were monstrous. That golden ocean, could it really be his Sea of Sufferings? Why would it shoot out, and even outsiders can see it? Pangbo was shocked and bewildered. He looked at Yi Fan in a daze. His Sea of Sufferings shone brightly, and the divine light flickered. The waves surged continuously. He had already confirmed that the sound of the tsunami came from Yi Fan's Sea of Sufferings. This was really shocking. The Sea of Sufferings that was hidden in his body was actually like the ocean in reality, and the sound of the waves never stopped. Pangbo stood there, almost petrified. There was a rumbling sound in front of him, and the golden waves seemed like they would rush out at any time, giving people a strong sense of oppression. Why is it golden? After being shocked by the sound of the tsunami, Pangbo slowly calmed down after a long time. If that golden ocean was Yi Fan's Sea of Sufferings, it was too unusual. Pangbo felt that it was inconceivable. He could now look at his own Sea of Sufferings. It was as dark as ink, and looked lifeless. Elder Wu Qingfeng once said that the Sea of Sufferings that did not communicate with the Wheel of Life could only linger in the sky above the Sea of Sufferings. As for the Sea of Sufferings itself, it was a piece of dead silence. There was no fluctuation of life, and it was either dark green or pitch black. However, Yi Fan's Sea of Sufferings was so different. It was completely different from what Elder Wu Qingfeng had described. Rumble. In the sky above the surging Sea of Sufferings, bursts of thunder and lightning erupted from time to time, intertwining with the monstrous tsunami, causing the world to be blazing. The sea and the sky were connected, and there was bright golden light everywhere. It was exceptionally dazzling. Pangbo watched nervously, fearing that something unexpected would happen. During this process, Yi Fan himself seemed to not feel anything. He remained silent and silently operated the mysterious method recorded in the Tao scripture. After a few hours, the golden light slowly subsided, and the sound of the tsunami gradually became softer. After another hour, the hut finally quieted down. Yi Fan's sea of sufferings returned to calmness. The brilliance was restrained, and the sound of the waves disappeared. Not long after, Yi Fan woke up. His eyes were clear. The moment he stood up, his whole body suddenly became much more agile, and there was an additional breath of immortal Tao. What happened just now? How do you feel now? Pang Bo asked impatiently. Just now, I sensed the wheel of life, and even saw the boiling source of divine power. After that, I rushed into the sea of sufferings and saw a golden ocean. I don't know if it was an illusion. Hearing Yi Fan's description, Pang Bo suddenly opened his mouth in shock, and then nodded repeatedly saying, "It's not an illusion because I also saw it." "You saw it too?" Yi Fan revealed a look of surprise. "That's right. You don't know how great the commotion was just now. The tsunami reached the sky, and the divine light shone brightly. The whole hut was shaking. Fortunately, we live in a very remote place. Otherwise, it would definitely cause a huge uproar." After listening to Pang Bo's description carefully, Yi Fan was finally convinced that the golden ocean and tsunami he saw were not an illusion. Pang Bo asked with concern, "How do you feel?" "I saw that the golden sea of sufferings disappeared at the last moment. Did it not succeed?" "I don't know if it's considered a success." At this point, Yi Fan operated the mysterious method recorded in the Tao scripture. An extremely small golden light spot appeared where the sea of sufferings was. It was only the size of a sesame seed, but it was bright and dazzling. Although the sea of sufferings is a little small, this is not a problem. As long as you continue to cultivate, it will gradually become bigger. Pang Bo looked very excited and said, "I am sure that your sea of sufferings is absolutely extraordinary. It is actually golden, completely different from ordinary people's. The brilliance that it emits can actually penetrate." Although he had only cultivated one sea of sufferings, Yi Fan was very happy. He had finally broken the stalemate and opened up a golden sea of sufferings that belonged to him. "Why do I feel that your sesame seed-sized sea of sufferings is fluctuating with divine power? Could it be that the concentrated essence is?" Pang Bo revealed a puzzled look. Chapter 47. The sea of sufferings of a cultivator, as its name suggested, was desolate, lifeless, and devoid of life fluctuations. However, in the center of Yi Fan's sea of sufferings, the golden light spot was shining brightly like the rising sun, full of vitality. As Pang Bo said, this golden sea of sufferings had a little fluctuation of divine power. Although it was very weak, it was obviously extraordinary. Compared with the sea of sufferings of other people, it could be called magical. The essence of the brilliant rainbow was completely different. Could it be that you have communicated with the wheel of life? According to Pang Bo's speculation, Yi Fan might have opened up a passage that connected to the wheel of life under the sea of sufferings, causing the divine spring to gush up, which caused such a magical scene. Yi Fan shook his head and denied Pang Bo's speculation. No passage has been opened, and there is no source of divine power flowing up. He was sure that this was indeed the sea of sufferings, not the divine spring that gushed out of the wheel of life. Pang Bo sighed and said, "This is really amazing. The sacred body of the ancients is really extraordinary and completely different from ordinary people. Could it be that the golden sea of sufferings is exclusive to people with this kind of physique? It's just a preliminary opening of the sea of sufferings. I don't know if I can continue to cultivate." Yi Fan did not let joy dilute his rationality. Then he began to look inside and carefully examine the situation of the sea of sufferings. The sesame-sized golden sea of sufferings was surrounded by endless darkness and emptiness, and it was as silent as a dead land. However, it was difficult to completely drown its light. This light spot was like a bright moon hanging in the sky. This caused boundless hope to arise in Yi Fan's heart. Perhaps one day, he would be able to establish a boundlessly vast golden sea of misery, completely drive out the darkness and death energy, and allow this desolate place to glow with exuberant vitality. Yi Fan and Pang Bo discussed for a long time, and agreed that Yi Fan's physique was too special. It was like a bottomless pit, and he needed a large amount of 100-herb liquid to open up the sea of sufferings. He was very different from ordinary people. He wasn't afraid of the medicinal power being too strong and piercing through his sea of bitterness. His sea of bitterness was simply an abyss that couldn't be filled. After coming to this conclusion, both of them were in a bit of a dilemma. Other disciples who had just joined the sect consumed a bottle of 100 herbs potion every 3 months, and they only consumed 4 bottles in a year. However, Yi Fan had just opened up a sesame-sized sea of bitterness, and he had consumed a total of 59 bottles, which was equivalent to the consumption of other people for more than 10 years. This was really scary. According to Elder Wu Qingfeng, the higher one climbed on the path of cultivation, the more difficult it would be. In the later stages, every step forward would cost 10 times the price of the earlier stages. Yi Fan fell into a daze as he thought about this. The same logic must apply to the consumption of the 100 herbs potion. It was only the beginning, but he already needed to consume dozens of bottles at the same time. It was hard to imagine how shocking the number would be when he succeeded in his cultivation. Don't worry, there will always be a solution. At this point, Pang Bo's eyes lit up as if he had thought of something. He said, "We can tell Elder Wu Qingfeng that you're able to cultivate. If you can successfully cultivate the sacred physique before the Antiquity Age, it will definitely be enough to shake the land of Yen and the Eastern Wilderness. It's simply unimaginable. I believe that the elders of the Spirit Ruin Wonderland will be very shocked, and will do everything they can to provide you with what you need." Yi Fan thought about it carefully for a moment, then shook his head and said, "We can't tell them." Why? Pang Bo was puzzled. First, because the Spirit Ruin Wonderland can't threaten the Eastern Wilderness. Once the news is leaked, I'll definitely die. Second, I suspect that although the Golden Sea of Bitterness is magical, it's very likely that I won't be able to continue cultivating it. It's most likely that I'll still be a cripple. Pang Bo thought about it carefully and agreed with the first reason. It was true that the news couldn't be leaked, or else he might really be killed. As for the second reason, I think you're overthinking it. Yi Fan shook his head and said, "Now I finally know why this kind of physique only appeared occasionally in the post-antiquity age, but it's so difficult to cultivate. The consumption alone is not something that ordinary sects can bear. It's fine in the early stages, but the path to immortality is long. Every step forward will increase the consumption tenfold. If the cultivation continues to grow at a tenfold speed, it'll be an unimaginably astronomical figure to barely cultivate to the middle stage, let alone the late stage. I'm afraid that even the sacred grounds and the ancient families that have been passed down from the Antiquity Age will find it difficult to cultivate. It can even be said that the loss outweighs the gain. Such consumption is more than enough to cultivate many other outstanding disciples. Is this the reason why the sacred body of the ancients can't be cultivated, and became a cripple?" Pang Bo looked surprised. Yi Fan thought for a moment and said, "This reason was only discovered in the early stages of cultivation. I think it's far more than that. Otherwise, the sacred grounds and the families of the ancients wouldn't have given up so easily. It's very likely that there are more harsh and difficult conditions or reasons." How could this be? Pang Bo was in a daze. He felt that Yi Fan's future was bleak, and the path of cultivation seemed to be extremely difficult. However, Yi Fan did not look dejected at all. He said, "If the sacred body of the ancients could be cultivated so easily, then it would lose its meaning. The more difficult the path ahead, the more extraordinary it is. Go against the waves, climb the cliffs, and cross the abyss. Go as far as you can, and you might even be able to look at the peak." In the days that followed, Yi Fan and Pang Bo trained even harder to improve their cultivation. During this period, Elder Wu Qingfeng summoned Pang Bo to the back mountain of the spiritual ruin cave, and officially confirmed him as a seedling. He encouraged Pang Bo to train hard and make the divine spring in the sea of bitterness gush as soon as possible. When that time came, he would take Pang Bo as his last disciple. After being officially confirmed as a seedling, Pang Bo could receive 8 bottles of 100 herbs potion every month. Compared to the 4 bottles he could receive in a year before, the treatment was much better. Moreover, as his cultivation continued to improve, the supply would gradually increase in the future to meet all of his needs. There was no need to worry about the shortage of 100 herbs potion. In the back mountain of the spiritual ruin cave, Pang Bo earnestly asked Elder Wu Qingfeng many questions. He mainly wanted to help Yi Fan solve the doubts of the Golden Sea of Bitterness. Elder Wu Qingfeng told him many secrets about the Sea of Bitterness. He said that there were some extraordinary figures in this world who opened the Sea of Bitterness, and there would indeed be all kinds of strange phenomena. What kind of strange phenomena will there be? Elder Wu Qingfeng talked about more than a dozen strange phenomena, but he did not mention the Golden Sea of Bitterness. In the end, Pang Bo could not help but ask directly, when the Sea of Bitterness is opened, is it possible that there will be a tsunami, a divine rainbow, and the Sea of Bitterness will turn into a golden ocean? Impossible. Elder Wu Qingfeng shook his head, but he hesitated in the end and said, perhaps the legendary divine body that reappeared in the Eastern Barren Territory may have such unparalleled strange phenomena, but it shouldn't have such a great impact. Recently, there was a rumor that a rare divine body had reappeared in the Eastern Barren Territory, and there was more than one case. It was said that all of them were still growing, and were hidden in sacred grounds or families of the clan of the ancients. Even Elder Wu Qingfeng had heard many rumors. Almost all of those rare geniuses have been taken away by those sacred grounds and families of the clan of the ancients. Elder Wu Qingfeng seemed helpless. After Pang Bo returned, he repeated everything he had heard to Yi Fan. In the end, he said, it seems that the Golden Sea of Bitterness is indeed extraordinary. Even the legendary divine body that reappeared in the Eastern Barren Territory did not have such a great impact when it first opened the Sea of Bitterness. I really hope that your cultivation can go smoothly. By then, you will be able to compete with the geniuses nurtured by those sacred grounds and families of the clan of the ancients. After listening, Yi Fan thought for a long time. Then he looked at Pang Bo and said, I think it's time for me to leave the spiritual ruin cave. Why? Pang Bo was very surprised. He did not know why Yi Fan suddenly made such a decision. I came to the spiritual ruin cave to learn how to cultivate. Now, it's not suitable for me to stay here any longer. I need to go somewhere else to try my luck. No, if you're leaving, I'm leaving too. Pang Bo firmly opposed. You've already been confirmed as an immortal seedling. The spiritual ruin cave will do its best to nurture you, so there's no need for you to leave. However, I'm different. With my physique, I won't have any development in the spiritual ruin cave. Chapter 48. Since you're leaving, I'll definitely come with you. Pang Bo spoke very decisively and resolutely. He had made up his mind to leave with Yi Fan. Yi Fan would never agree. After Pang Bo was confirmed as a seedling, his future was bright. If he left now, everything would return to zero. The road ahead would be filled with uncertainties and accidents might even happen. There's another reason why I'm leaving. We've suppressed Han Feiyu and made him lose face. Pang Bo immediately interrupted him and said, don't worry about him. I'm a seedling now, so I believe he won't dare to do anything in the short term. Once we grow stronger, there's no need to be afraid of him. Yi Fan shook his head. This matter isn't as simple as it seems. I've been asking around and found out that his great-uncle is an alchemist expert. He's trying his best to refine a cauldron of yang reversion pills to increase his lifespan. In recent years, he's been searching for spiritual herbs at all costs. He's been going out and personally searching for them in the remote mountains. He's only been back for a few days, but Han Feiyu is already picking a fight with us. I'm afraid this matter isn't simple. Pang Bo nodded. He also felt that it was strange. They had no enmity with Han Feiyu, so there shouldn't be any conflict between them. They had never interacted before this. Don't tell me you're guessing that his great-uncle is trying to do something to us? Pang Bo's mind was very agile, and he thought of many things in an instant. The two of them had accidentally regained their youth after eating a sacred herb. If Elder Han found out about this, he might really try to do something to them. I think his lifespan is almost up, and he urgently wants to refine the yang reversion pill. It's very likely that he has his eyes on us. Yi Fan came to this conclusion and added, now that you're a seedling, he won't dare to do anything to you. However, if I continue to stay here, I'm afraid that something might happen. That old fart. Pang Bo frowned after hearing this. He no longer stopped Yi Fan from leaving, but he insisted on going with them. "If you want to go with us, then I won't be leaving," Yi Fan said straightforwardly. He didn't want to delay Pangbo's cultivation. The spirit mausoleum grotto heaven was the best choice for Pangbo. Pangbo understood Yi Fan very well. Seeing him like this, Pangbo did not insist and sat there in silence. "Go get a pen and paper, I'll leave the ancient scripture for you." Yi Fan had only told Pangbo about the ancient scripture he obtained from the ancient bronze coffin. Previously he had recited a few sentences, but Pangbo treated it like a heavenly book. Because it was too profound, he couldn't understand it at all. Even now, Yi Fan himself did not understand its meaning. He tried to figure it out for a long time, but he did not have the slightest clue. "To me, those scriptures are simply heavenly books. It's useless for me to keep them. I definitely won't lack mysterious techniques in the spirit ruin paradise, so I don't need to bother writing them." Yi Fan ignored him and grabbed a pen and paper to start writing. At the instant he moved the brush, the sound of a bell suddenly resounded in his heart. Hundreds of ancient characters flowed in his heart like a trickle, causing him to instantly feel refreshed. Yi Fan's pen moved like a dragon and a snake. He quickly wrote down lines of words on the paper, but at this moment, something strange happened. The pen stopped and the words disappeared. When the pen in his hand stopped, the lines of ancient characters slowly faded away. Soon after, the paper turned into ashes. It was as if a mysterious power was contained in the tip of the pen, destroying everything. At the same time, the hundreds of ancient characters in Yi Fan's heart slowly became blurry, and the voice also gradually disappeared. Pangbo was dumbfounded. This matter was too mystical, and made people feel that it was extremely evil. After a long time he finally opened his mouth and said, "I think don't write anymore. This heavenly book is too strange." He had never seen or heard of these hundreds of ancient characters before. They were even more ancient than the Bell Cauldron script. Originally, Yi Fan didn't recognize them, but due to the existence of the heavenly voice, he gradually understood their meaning when the hundreds of ancient characters were branded into his heart. Yi Fan lowered his head and pondered. He thought of some of the words that Elder Wu Qingfeng had said. There were sacred texts before the primordial times. Each character condensed a Tao rhyme, and possessed a mysterious and unfathomable power. Just imitating them would cause indescribable and strange things to happen. Some people speculated that writing these ancient characters could communicate with the power of heaven and earth, and cause the vitality to become chaotic, thus causing all kinds of inexplicable things to happen. Could it be that each stroke of these ancient characters condenses a kind of power that causes the surrounding essence of heaven and earth to become chaotic during the writing process, ultimately destroying the paper? Yi Fan muttered to himself. Then he began to carve on the ground. The moment the tip of the pen stopped, a fine electric arc swept across the ground, and all the characters turned into ashes. Pangbo felt that it was unimaginable and said, "This heavenly book is bewitching. Don't write it anymore." It's not that the heavenly book is bewitching, it's that these ancient characters are not ordinary. Each stroke condenses a kind of power that can disturb the essence of heaven and earth. When all the power is gathered together, it is enough to attract the surrounding power of heaven and earth and form a power that can erase the ancient scripture. Yi Fan made such a judgment. The more it was so, the more mysterious the ancient scripture became. The person who left this scripture behind was even more unfathomable. Hundreds of ancient characters were arranged together, preventing the ancient scripture from appearing in the world. It was as if this was a secret text that should not exist in the world. Yi Fan didn't persist. This ancient scripture was difficult to understand. Even if it was left behind by Pangbo, he wouldn't be able to understand its meaning. In the end, Yi Fan chose to leave. Pangbo silently sent him off. Walking along the cobblestone path from the depths of the celestial mountain, they arrived at the exit of the Spirit Ruin Wonderland. When they stepped on the bluestone steps, the ancient scripture rang in Yi Fan's mind again. He turned to Pangbo and said, "The Spirit Ruin Wonderland's ancient bluestone steps must contain extraordinary items. You can come here more often." At this moment, Pangbo suddenly widened his eyes and said, "Don't leave." Yi Fan also sensed something. He turned around and saw a familiar silhouette disappear in a flash. It was the young man that they had planted upside down on. Han Feiyu hasn't given up yet. He actually sent someone to spy on us. Don't leave yet. If they see you leaving, they will definitely intercept you halfway. Yi Fan nodded and the two of them walked back. The young man was long gone, but on the way back, they saw Han Feiyu rushing over at lightning speed with a few people following behind him. Pang Bo's face suddenly turned livid. If he had not inadvertently discovered that the young man was tailing him, he would definitely regret it for the rest of his life if he let Yi Fan leave today. He scolded on the spot. Han Feiyu, you bastard. Do you think you can do whatever you want with your granduncle's support? Kill whoever you want? If you have the ability, come and kill me directly. Upon hearing his roar, Han Feiyu's face turned green. If the other elders or the sect master misunderstood that he wanted to eliminate the immortal seedlings of the spirit ruins utopia, he might not be able to keep his life even with his granduncle's support. Don't talk nonsense, I just happened to pass by here. After saying that, he led the others away without looking back, looking very embarrassed. He had indeed come for Yi Fan today. After learning that Yi Fan was about to leave with his bag, he immediately rushed over to intercept him. Pang Bo's anger surged as he gnashed his teeth. This brat is really ruthless. He has always been spying on us. It looks like he really wants to find an opportunity to make a move against you. Don't leave for now. Yi Fan nodded. It was true that he couldn't leave without sufficient strength. Otherwise, his life might really be in danger. For the next month, everything was very calm. Han Feiyu didn't dare to send anyone to spy on Pang Bo and Yi Fan anymore. He was a lot more restrained in fear that Pang Bo would report this to the other elders. On this day, Pang Bo returned from Elder Wu Qingfeng's place with a slightly disappointed expression. What's wrong? Yi Fan asked. It might be good news for you, but it's not good news for me. Pang Bo sighed and said, I also feel that it might be dangerous for you to stay in the Spirit Ruin Wonderland for a long time. That's why I asked Elder Wu Qingfeng to send you away. It's indeed good news. Yi Fan immediately smiled and said, It's not like we'll be separated forever. There's no need to sigh. We'll meet again sooner or later. At that time, I hope that you'll be the all-powerful sect master Pang. Your name will shake the Eastern Barren territory, and make those sacred grounds and clans fear you. Pang Bo didn't want to part with Yi Fan, but there was nothing he could do. He said, I'll have to wait for a few days. Elder Wu Qingfeng will pick some disciples with potential, and bring them to the primordial ruins outside the Spirit Ruin Wonderland to train. Countless years ago, the Spirit Ruin Wonderland was once a wasteland. It was cleaned up by later generations and turned into a blessed land. It could be said that the Spirit Ruin Wonderland had a long history. If one traced it back to the primordial era, this ancient land could be traced back to the primordial era. The primordial ruins were vast and endless. The Spirit Ruin Wonderland was only a small part of it. There was still a vast area that had yet to be cleaned up. Ancient trees towered into the sky, and all sorts of rare beasts roamed around the ruins. There were also many rare herbs growing there. Every year, the elders of the Spirit Ruin Wonderland would bring their disciples there to train. Not only was it a form of training, but it could also increase the disciples' knowledge. The ruins of the ancient forest of wolves were not a pure land. Many beasts and ferocious birds resided there. Although the elders were there would still be bloodshed every year. It's said that there are many rare herbs growing there. Some are even rare spiritual herbs. If you're lucky enough to find them, you can immediately exchange them with the elders and exchange them for pills. Pang Bo then looked at Yi Fan and said, You're in urgent need of the 100 grasses liquid. If you can find something there, you can temporarily solve your current problem.